All right, welcome into the latest edition of the Second Half Draft Show. I'm your host, joined by Headley. This is Juice. D-Kit said he's seated, he's ready to go. We're gonna give
Let's
a
do it.
few minutes just to see if people kind of file in here into this viewer controlled mock draft, and of course, the way this works, obviously, is that the viewers are in control, right? We guide them to a certain degree with respect to what these options are for each particular selection, but certainly the viewers have the final say here. So looking forward to this one. Yeah, D-Kit, it'd be like that, man. Schedules, life, you know what I mean? So I do anticipate all three of us being back next week ahead of the Senior Bowl. We're going to get a good preview in for that particular broadcast. And then, of course, it's off to Mobile after that. So tonight we will focus on this viewer control mock draft and again get a sense of what the viewers think, what they think these teams should be doing, how they should approach, and then of course we'll provide our analysis along the way, right? So while we may not necessarily be making all the selections, we certainly will provide our corresponding analysis based on who the viewers select. So give it another minute or so here, see who else files in. In the meantime, the first poll is already up on YouTube. So if you're watching on any of our other platforms or any other platform, go ahead and make that way over to YouTube so you can vote. Give us your thoughts. The first poll is up. Hadley, what does the first poll consist of?
Let's talk about the Chicago Bears, man. What should the Bears do with the first overall pick? We have draft a quarterback, trade away Fields if you're drafting that quarterback, trade down with Washington, trade down with New England, trade down with the New York Giants. So those are the four options right now. If it was a fifth option, I'll put trade down with the Atlanta Falcons so we can go and get that Caleb Williams. But we only got four options right here, so. The Bears, they're in a great position right now because they were in the same position last year, heading up to the draft, made that trade with Carolina Panthers, got Hall there at DJ Moore. And to do it all over again will be a great feat. But, the talks are maybe they're going to trade Justin Fields, get picks there, and go draft Caleb Williams. So, or Drake May. Drake May's in that bunch also is who the Chicago Bears prefer at their quarterback. For us, we've always said, man, keep Justin Fields. Let's keep building around him. The offensive line, get another wide receiver there. But, this is up to you guys, man, the viewers, the chat, man. So let's see where it is right now. Oh, draft a quarterback, man. That's what's leading the way right now with 83% of the vote.
Yeah, and I think as of recently, I mean, a couple weeks ago, there seemed to be a groundswell for keeping Justin Fields, right? The way Justin Fields came back after the injury. Of course, he flashed. The connection with DJ Moore, we saw it throughout the preseason, and they certainly connected during the regular season. And then, of course, the team. There are a lot of players that have expressed how they feel about this particular situation, and they believe Justin Fields is their guy. Now that could be just, posturing for the public. I don't necessarily view it that way, though. I think the players genuinely they believe Justin Fields is the leader. They believe in his ability. And as you mentioned, Headley, we believe in his ability. Now, faced with the opportunity to select perhaps Caleb Williams, who I think is QB1 for us, the most dynamic of these quarterbacks, as far as I'm concerned, as it pertains to being able to create and push the football down the field, it's a unique opportunity. It really is a unique opportunity, right? So if I'm evaluating these two prospects in terms of where they were coming out, I'm a little higher on Caleb Williams. And I don't know if little higher is actually doing it justice. I'm higher on Caleb Williams, right? As high as I was on Justin Fields, I pretty much had him neck and neck with Trevor Lawrence in that particular class. Caleb Williams is clearly the top quarterback for me in this particular class. So you have that opportunity. You have that opportunity to reset the clock as far as the rookie contract. And again, that might be overstated to some degree. It may be, but certainly, and with a new coach, it kind of buys you a new lease on life. Of course, the Bears are looking to replace Luke Getsy, get that offensive coordinator situation addressed. So, yeah, man, I'm not mad at it, D-Kid. I'm not mad at it. I think to your point, D-Kid, Caleb is where I draw the line as well. That's kind of where I draw the line in terms of going in a different direction of the quarterback position. Again, there are going to be some individuals evaluators, fans that feel Drake May is the top prospect in the class. I've actually seen a few people who feel Jaden Daniels could be the top quarterback in this particular class, but that's where I draw the line. I'm certainly understanding of the Bears going the Caleb Williams route. If you're suggesting some of the other quarterbacks, May, Daniels, at that point, I'm definitely keeping Fields. But I'm not mad at the idea of just keeping Fields outright. To be honest with you, that's how I think we've felt for quite some time. So, what's the poll saying now? What are the percentages?
Man, it's increased, man. Now it's 88% draft a quarterback, trade away Justin Fields. So, they want a new quarterback in Chicago. And I think it's just the lasting impression.
Of
Impressions
course,
of what
that
they saw
last
from Justin
game,
Fields.
yeah,
That last game, he didn't play as well as he was earlier on. So that last impression could kind of sway people. If they were on the
right.
fence, now they're saying, "Nah, we need a new quarterback, man. Fields ain't ready." So I think that's what a lot of the decision is with the viewers are right now.
And Drake makes a great point. I think he echoes that sentiment.
Yeah.
Absolutely, he echoes the sentiment here that, again, you're playing Green Bay, a team that obviously historically Chicago has struggled with. This is dating back to Aaron Rodgers being the man for a long time here. He had that opportunity. The Packers ascending with their first year start. Of course, Jordan Love has been around quite a while, obviously, but their first year starter and with a bunch of young receivers, and then they find their way into the playoffs. So yeah, that didn't necessarily bode in his favor. It really didn't. All right. So with that being said, let's go ahead and put an end to this particular poll, man. I think the decision has been made here by the viewers. Let's go. It's going to be Caleb Williams here at the top to the Chicago Bears. So new quarterback in Chicago. All right. And we won't necessarily address it just yet. But maybe we add it. Maybe we add it as an option here, Headley, in terms of trading for Justin Fields. So we expect Washington to be in the market for a quarterback, right? You know what I mean? I don't think Washington goes in any other direction than quarterback right here. So for this next poll, Drake May, Jaden Daniels, we'll put Michael Penix in there because he's in that top 4 for us. And then I would add a trade option to acquire Justin Fields. I would add that option as well. And let's find out what the audience thinks of that. So again, guys, give it a second here. Headley will let you know when it's up. But if you're watching on Facebook or X, Twitter, make sure that you're on YouTube, get in the chat, weigh in on these polls as you control this particular mock draft. And as Headley's getting that situated, I have kept Drake May in that 2 hole throughout the majority of this process. I think obviously the way Michael Penix played in the championship game, for those who weren't big fans, of course, they feel vindicated. For us, it doesn't do a lot to change my opinion of him, right? He certainly picked a bad time to play his worst game of the season, but it doesn't necessarily change my opinion of what I think Michael Penix could be ultimately. I think now, in reality, he's going to come at a little bit more of a discount. I still think he's a first-round quarterback, though. I think it'd be a mistake to let him out of the first round, but certainly I think it really is there's a tier break among the consensus as it pertains to Penix. Definitely because of the injuries, but certainly, again, as we talked about Justin Fields and the lasting impression that he gave against the Packers, this didn't necessarily leave a good taste in people's mouth, right? Pause. You understand what I'm saying? So certainly understand the selection of Drake May and even Jaden Daniels
Polls
at this
up.
point, right? Polls up, man.
So,
right.
like you said, with the Commanders, Sam Howell, he started the season pretty good. He put up a lot of passing yards. I think the offensive line kind of let him down a little bit over there in Washington. But yeah, the offense, they just couldn't get clicking. He eventually got benched for Jacoby Brissett later on in the season. So yeah, it's got to be a quarterback here for Washington. New coaching staff, like you said. So interested to see where Eric Bieniemy goes. You think Eric Bieniemy gets a head coaching job this season somewhere?
I think so. I think especially considering now how did fizzle towards the end, right? But all things considered, I think he got a lot out of Sam Howell. You understand what I'm saying? And he demonstrated outside of beyond the shadow of Andy Reid that he can coach it up. Now, of course, he's adapted some of Andy's, past happiness, unfortunately. But I think if you look at it through the prism of how Kansas City has played offensively this year, and of course the receiver issues are well documented, the discipline that Eric Bieniemy instilled within that offense, within and that additional mind in the film room, it's shown up. Kansas City's been a shell of itself from an offensive perspective. So I think Eric Bieniemy is in position. I don't think he's necessarily the first guy on a bunch of different teams' list, but I'd be surprised. I know previously we've been surprised. I think this year, certainly, I would be surprised if Bieniemy doesn't land a head coaching job. That would surprise me quite a bit.
Yeah, D Kit says, is it beyond the realm of possibility that Howell survives and they trade back a few spots to take Alton Olu? At the midway of the season, I didn't have Washington getting a quarterback. Howell was playing well enough to eventually play another season, get another starting gig. But I think ending up at this number 2 selection is kind of forced their hand a little bit, man. It's like, are we going to really pass up a Drake May or, Jaden Daniels or one of these top-notch quarterbacks, just to give Howell another opportunity? Because say he goes out there again and doesn't do well, and now you finish like, in the middle, like 9th pick, 8th pick. So it leaves you with no options for those top quarterbacks unless you're going to trade up. So I just think being at this number 2 selection, it just gives you the guide you want. Go get your quarterback right now. So I think they stand still and draft one of these quarterbacks.
To your point with respect to that, if Howell continued to play well enough and they not just play well enough, but they won enough games that they weren't in a position to get one of these quarterbacks, then yeah, I could certainly see them sticking with Sam Howell another year. But all things considered, you got a brand new brain trust. The ownership group is now settled in. They're ready to make their decisions. They've already started to make those decisions and put personnel in place, whether it be front office. And I think the next step obviously will be the head coach. It's an attractive job. They got cap space. They got draft capital, right? You know what I mean? This is not Dan Snyder's Commanders. You understand what I'm saying? So, yeah. Now you have an opportunity to get the face of your franchise. You know what I mean? And that's the reason why I haven't ruled out Washington actually climbing up to number 1 if the Bears trade out of this spot, right? They may feel strongly about either Caleb Williams or Drake May. They don't want to take any chances. They may not necessarily want to take any chances. We've seen those one-spot trade-ups before. So I think that's certainly part within the realm of possibility. Absolutely. And to D-Kid's point regarding Bieniemy, yeah, he always gets interviews. I think it was more Rooney Rule than anything else, to be perfectly frank. But I think now with this year away from Andy Reid, what he did early on with Sam Howell, and then of course the struggles Kansas City had offensively, I think that's going to give him a little bit more juice as far as the interview process. I really do. I know a couple of teams I would definitely take.
Right now, we got a tie right now with the Commanders between Jaden Daniels and Drake May. Everybody doing, man, just remember this is a viewer-controlled mock draft, man. Make your votes. Whoever has the highest percentage, that's who we're going to draft. So if you're tuning in here, man, just vote on what should the Commanders do with this pick here, the number 2 pick in the draft.
Yeah. I'm not surprised that things were so evenly contested here with this particular pick because, of course, Jaden Daniels, Heisman Trophy winner, the way he finished the season. Drake May, it didn't necessarily work out that way. I think Drake May obviously took a substantial step from his first year as a starter, right? Which was good. Don't get me wrong, right? 2022 was a good year for Drake May. 2023 was a better year, but Jaden Daniels was phenomenal. He was phenomenal, right? And he, in some for some individuals, did more than close the gap. You understand what I'm saying? And has eclipsed Drake May. So I certainly understand why there's an even split there.
Oh, we got a Falcons fan in the house, man. I'm a fellow Falcons fan, Eric, man. You say we should trade back from 8 to 13 to 20, get an extra second this year. We also get an extra second if Ridley resigns. These boys telling me they're not resigning Ridley, so it might be a 3rd round pick. But yeah, man, he wants to get Justin Fields as a quarterback, and I love the option as well. But if we could trade up, you know who I'm eyeing, man. I know it was a bad national championship game. I know everyone's down on my boy Michael Penix Jr., but that's who I'm eyeing for Atlanta at 8. Might be an unpopular opinion, but I've seen enough, man. That one championship game is not going to sway me off of Penix, man. That arm is for real. And that's kind of who I'm targeting with Atlanta. So if we could trade down and get Penix, because not many people are high on him, I would love that even more than the Justin Fields right now.
And I think that's within the realm of possibility as well, right? Considering the fact that he didn't necessarily play his best football, I think Washington just pooped the bed, to be honest with you, in that one, right? I think all around. I think Penix, he succumbed to the pressure. Apparently he was banged up as well, but I thought the Washington coaching staff got out coached in the first half, and a bunch of pre-snap penalties. They got beat up
Drops,
early. The drops, like it was
offensive
was
line.
bad all around. It really was bad all
Mhm.
around. And of course they needed Penix to be the Heisman contender in order to have a chance in this, and he wasn't.
No,
But
he
again,
wasn't.
to your point, it's kind of the recency aspect of things. Now, I do think there are going to be organizations who are level-headed about Michael Penix, right? And say, listen, it was one game, right? They played an undefeated team that ultimately won the national championship, right? And there were some other mitigating factors with respect to that particular performance. But he's older. He's got the injury history. Those things are already part of the evaluation process. You understand what I'm saying? So I think, to your point, Headley, whereas we may have been, we felt strongly enough to say, hey, if Penix is sitting there at 8, perhaps go in that particular direction. You may not necessarily have to at this juncture.
Yeah.
You may not necessarily have to. You might be able to do exactly what Eric indicated: trade down, go Michael Penix a little bit later, get the 5th-year option, or acquire Justin Fields.
Yeah. So right now we have Jaden Daniels 60%. He's leading right now. Drake May at 40%.
I think we can call it, man. I think we
Let's
can call it.
Let's go, Jaden Daniels.
Jaden Daniels is the pick here to the Commanders. All right. That takes us to the New England Patriots, and I think this one should go quick. I think it's Drake May. I think it's a Drake May. You can certainly put Marvin Harrison Jr. in this particular poll. Trade down with the Giants and the Falcons. I think those are the options. I know they need a tackle as well. So, but I think that probably would be the most likely of scenarios. Drake May, Marvin Harrison Jr. are trade down scenario. Giants, Falcons.
All right. Putting the poll up.
Yeah, I'm with you too, D-Kid. I don't expect this poll to be competitive as it relates to who should be selected or what the Patriots should do here. But we talked about Drake May a little bit. And Headley, you mentioned it throughout the season that you really wanted to see what he did, how he fared against pressure, against the free rusher. You understand what I'm saying? And how he dealt with that. And of course, we know Caleb Williams can get out of trouble, create. We know Jaden Daniels can do that. We've even seen a little bit of that from Michael Penix, right? Not as much as some people would like, but we've seen a little bit of that from Michael Penix. Drake May's a good athlete, but he seemed to struggle, certainly in 2022, with the free rusher, right? They're a little bit better in front of him, and I think you mentioned you felt like he took a step in the right direction in that department.
Yeah, I thought he improved, especially at the beginning of the season. The first couple of games, I thought he's improved. Just doing the little subtle things in the pocket, sliding to the left, sliding to the right, stepping up, finding that open guy. When he got his boy Tez Walker back, he was hitting him early and often.
Mm-hmm.
So I think he improved from last season. But again, when he faced Clemson, that was his worst game last year, and it was his worst game this year. So
yeah.
Against those upper echelon defenses, that you're going to be facing in the NFL, he still has something to prove. He has everything you want from a quarterback in terms of the physical traits, the arm, the legs. He got it all, man.
Everything.
The size, everything, man. But it's just those big games when they heat him up and that free rusher comes, can he make enough plays under those circumstances? And against Clemson 2 years in a row, he didn't step up to it. So, it's still a question mark for me, but this guy, he just got tantalizing talent, the arm talent. So I don't think he gets out of the top 3.
I think what we need to see from Drake May, right, is part of his maturation, because I agree. I don't see him getting out of the top 3. I don't think he gets out of the top 3 in this viewer control mock draft either. Is understanding what the plan is, right? What the hots are, where to go with the football. And I think Michael Penix showed that, demonstrated that a lot this year. Is the reason why I've been particularly high on him. We know he can make all the throws, opposite hash, the laser Penix, right? We know he had a special arm. But what really impressed me a lot with Michael Penix was the fact that he knew where to go with the football when there was a free rusher, right? He knew the answers to the test. It didn't work out. He didn't know the answers in the national championship game, but certainly for the balance of the season, over the course of the last couple of seasons, he's understood that, okay, I'm hot, and I got to get the ball out of my hands, and he knows exactly where to go with it. You understand what I'm saying? And that's what's missing from Drake May as far as I'm concerned. I've seen, of course, being a Hurricane fan, I watched the Miami game, which Tez Walker, just tore us a new one, and that young back, Hampton, real good player. He had a big game in that particular game. But I saw Cam Kitchens come from depth, right? 15, 20 yards away, right through the A gap on a safety blitz.
Yeah.
And I mean, you could see it coming from a mile away, and Drake May had no answer. So I don't know if it's just him. I don't know if it's coaching necessarily, but that they're going to have to get that squared away, because once teams figure that out, what you know what they're going to do? They're going to send that slot. Yeah. They're going to send that nickel.
Keep coming.
They're going to, you know what I'm saying? They're going to disguise it. They're going to get mugged up in the A gaps with their two backers, and one guy will come, one guy won't, and really try to confuse, because he just did not have the answers on a consistent basis. When he's clean, he's phenomenal, and he did improve with navigating the pocket, sliding, stepping up. I thought he did well with that, but the free rusher continues to be an issue for Drake May. Where do we stand on this particular poll?
We got Drake May leading in the charge right now, 60%. Marvin Harrison Jr. at 20%. Trade down with the Giants at 20%. So Drake May, we probably could call it, man. Let's go Drake May, the number 3 pick to the New England Patriots.
All right. That takes us to the Arizona Cardinals, who obviously have a huge need and have the opportunity to select the top prospect in the draft here in Marvin Harrison Jr. I think we're making it interesting, though. Let's make this one interesting. Let's go Harrison Jr. neighbors, Brock Bowers and Rome Odunze. I think they could stand to improve. I know they obviously have Trey McBride in terms of the tight end position. He's actually played really well this past season, given the opportunity to play. They move off of Zach Ertz. So I don't anticipate Brock Bowers, but he's such a unique talent. We can add him to the poll here.
12 personnel out there.
Yeah, why not? Why not? I mean, that's hell for defenses. But yeah, I fully expect Marvin Harrison to be the guy here. Olu, Eric, you like Olu? I mean, you seem to be in the Headley camp. You seem to be in the Headley camp and think that they don't necessarily have both their tackles in place. Humphreys and Paris Johnson are the guys. So
yeah, I'm gonna do Olu instead of
you gonna do Olu?
Brock Bowers.
Okay,
instead of Bowers.
Fair enough.
Yeah, because like you said, man, that tight end Trey McBride, he's come along a long way, man.
I mean, he was a top tight end in that class. Yeah, exactly.
He was a
top tight end in that class.
He was just sitting behind Zach Ertz for a while.
He needed an opportunity. He
got it, man.
And that's how it is for tight ends. I mean, what Sam Laporta did this year is almost. I mean, I don't know. It may be unprecedented, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? He was clearly the best tight end statistically. Statistically, he was the best tight end.
You know who had it? You know who had it before that?
Who's that?
Kyle Pitts. Kyle Pitts had 1,000-yard season his rookie year.
Okay,
I believe.
Okay.
Yeah, so I think
very
Laporta
beat 1,000.
Yeah, I don't
very
know.
very different 1,000.
Right.
I mean, but with all the TDs that Laporta scored, and of course Detroit, obviously, winning their division and the whole nine. You generally just don't see tight ends have that type of success. And to Kyle Pitts' credit, and also I guess to kind of align some of the expectations, Kyle Pitts was widely considered the top prospect in that corresponding class, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, unfortunately, we haven't seen the consistency that we would have liked, and I think that part of that has to do with injury, coaching, and to some degree him. I think his confidence was a little shaken, but yeah, very, very, very impressive season here from Laporta. I mean, listen, would I be shocked if Brock Bowers did something like that? No, I think he's capable, but it's unlikely, man. It's unlikely.
Yeah, it all depends on landing spot.
Yeah,
it depends on landing spot and the opportunity. Like Laporta went to the right team with the right opportunity. They traded TJ Hawkinson the season before, and they needed somebody to fill that role. And Jared Goff, man, you get with the right quarterback. So yeah, it was just everything lined up perfectly for Laporta. He's a baller. I think he was my
Yeah.
tight end 3 in last year's class, but it was 3 or
Yeah,
4.
yeah. I think you had
Yeah,
Kincaid, Mayer, and then Laporta.
yeah,
Yeah, makes
yeah.
sense. D-Kid, I think the only receiver they have under contract is Michael Wilson. A
Yeah, he's been
second-year
battling some
player,
injuries too.
and he's. I mean, his whole career, he's battled
Hmm.
injuries. So, yeah. I definitely think they need to get a weapon for one Kyler Murray. What's the poll talking about?
Right now, 50% Malik Neighbors leading the charge. Marvin
Ooh,
Harrison Jr. at
ooh.
38%. Olu at 12%.
That boy neighbors. D-Kid,
That'll be
really? Elijah
something.
Higgins? Really? Really,
We getting
D-Kid?
more votes coming. Okay, it's going back and forth right now. Harrison Jr. and Neighbors. Who is wide receiver 1?
Hey,
Y'all vote on
listen.
it, man.
Listen. You know how I feel about Malik Neighbors, man. There are people, there are fan bases that feel Rome Odunze is the top receiver in the class. Others feel that Malik Neighbors. I think the consensus is Marvin Harrison Jr. I've maintained that Harrison Jr., Odunze have higher floors than Malik Neighbors, but I don't think any receiver, maybe no player in this class has a higher ceiling than Malik Neighbors, man. I think Malik Neighbors is
Yeah.
going to be special, bro.
I think
He's going to be
the
special.
difference between Neighbors and these two is the dog. Neighbors has that dog in him, that pit bull mentality, that attack the football, that yards after catch, like I'm scoring on every single play, that big playability. I think Harrison Jr. and Rome, they're just better route runners. They're more graceful.
Yeah,
They're
they're more
nice,
polished. They're more
more
polished.
polished. That's
For
the
sure.
word right there. But Neighbors
Bigger
has that.
players too. Bigger players too.
Size.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, I get it. I get the affinity for all three receivers. I certainly understand it. But from my perspective, my evaluation, and I'm telling you, you can check the tape. We were on Neighbors early. We were on Neighbors.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody seems to be coming around. Even the national guys, the Dane Bruglers and Jordan Reeds.
That's one of my guys, bro.
Yeah. I mean, they all came around because for a long time, Keon Coleman was number 2, bro.
No, you know who was? It was Ibuka in summer scouting.
Even
Everyone
before
had
that,
Ibuka.
right. To your point.
Yeah, that's when we had Neighbors at 2. Yeah.
Exactly. So
Yeah,
even
Neighbors at 2
before
way
Keon
back
Coleman
when.
had moved up, it was Ibuka. So who's going back to school? Apparently, all the Buckeyes are
Ohio
going back to
State.
school except for Marvin Harrison Jr. So, all right.
Yeah.
Let's take a look one
Malik
more time,
Neighbors is at 50%. He's beating out Marvin Harrison Jr. Let's end it right there. Malik Neighbors is the pick for the Arizona Cardinals.
Wow. All right. The viewers have spoken. I'm not mad at it, bro. I'll be real with you.
That's your
I'm
guy,
not
right?
mad at it, man. I'm not mad at it. Big fan of Leggett right here too, Eric. Big fan. Big fan. There's obviously scant production prior to this season, but I think his skill set is tantalizing. Absolutely. All right. What the Bolts? What do you think here? What should the 4 options be here? I mean, obviously you got to add Marvin Harrison Jr. We're anticipating him there.
He's falling.
You got to put the tackle in there, right?
Both tackles?
I would say so. I'd add Brock Bowers. We just go all offense, man. All offense. We know that they need to improve every level of their defense, but considering the board, I gotta say all offense.
All right, Brock Bowers. They need that tight end.
I'm looking at PFF's board here, man, and I noticed they've moved Cooper DeJean to 8th overall. 8th prospect, Cooper DeJean.
He's a good player. It's just a question always lingers with him is where are you going to put him on the defense? Is he a corner, or is he a safety, nickel safety? If he's like a nickel or a safety, it'll be hard to justify him going in the top 10. But if you have him as a starting corner, top 10 is in the realm. But yeah, I have him as a guy between, 15 to 25 around there in the middle of the draft.
Yeah.
Let me poll going. So Marvin Harrison Jr., Olu Fashanu, Brock Bowers, Joe Alt. What should the Chargers do with is that 5th overall pick?
Yeah.
All right, polls up. Say DeJean top safety in the draft. Yeah, if he's a safety, we've been banging Cam Kitchen's safety 1 for a while now. But the versatility with Cooper DeJean to play all over the field, from up high in the box, nickel corner. Yeah, you probably have to push him up as a top safety if you're considering all those factors.
Yeah, I to your point, it's you want the versatility because he certainly presents that, right?
Mm-hmm.
And again, and the way the league has kind of shifted, and I wonder if the shift is going to start happening back, because it's been a split safety look for the last couple of years, right? That's the look that defenses have had the most success slowing down some of these high octane offenses. You try to go single high, and NFL offenses have been tearing that apart over the last several seasons. So you see a lot more split safety look. Of course, you can't live in it all the time. But the way some teams, a handful of teams, and I think more teams will follow suit, are getting back to more gap power schemes, downhill running schemes, as opposed to all of the zone, outside zone, inside zone duo type plays. I think with respect to that might be the reason why it shifts back. The pendulum kind of swings back towards more single high looks. You want that other safety to kind of drop down. Perhaps you're not seeing quite as much nickel. You're seeing a little bit more, three backers, you know what I mean, as opposed to just the 2 and 5 DBs, that type of thing. So we'll see. We'll see how that ultimately plays out. Time will tell. But again, to your point regarding who the top safety is in this class, I think it really depends on what you're looking for. You understand what I'm saying? Like I said, Cam Kitchens, he represents, that center fielder, right? You want to play, a traditional cover 3, or you want to play cover 1, and you just need that one guy over the top, splitting, covering ground, being that last line of defense. That's probably who you want. Although, he likes to gamble, right? He likes to turn the football over and gamble. But with that responsibility as a single high, you can't necessarily afford to gamble. You might have to bait a guy, but you can't gamble. You know what I mean? So it really depends.
Yeah, what Eric Harrison's saying right here, I agree. Scoring's down a lot this year, and it's because of that too high safety. I think it kind of was like the Patrick Mahomes rule. Remember the formula to kind of stop Patrick Mahomes, and teams is running on Josh Allen and all these high powered quarterbacks that wants to throw down the field. The offensive coordinators, they're pass happy nowadays. So I think the trend's going to last for a couple. I know it's cyclical, so it'll change eventually.
Of course.
But as for right now, for the next 5 seasons, I can see more and more looks that way, and just forcing teams to drive the football on the field, 10, 15 play drives, run the football. They don't want to get with the big plays no more, because these quarterbacks, they were doing it at a high rate just a couple seasons ago.
Yeah, Mr. C. Prasky, I think that compounds everything. I think the injuries to a lot of top signal callers compounded everything. But yeah, the too high look forces offenses to be more patient, right? And of course, when you have to exercise more patience and run the football, that goes beyond the players. That goes to the play caller as well. That goes to the belief system of the coaches, right? Some guys want to, be aggressive. They do get pass happy. You know what I mean? Analytics suggest, hey, you can throw the football. First down, throw it. You understand what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Regardless of what the look is. So yeah, but when you see teams like the Lions, who have done a great job of obviously stuffing the roster with talent, implement more gap and under center and play action, and you know what I mean? Yeah. I think that's how you're able to take advantage of that too high. When you want to go light box, run
absolutely. The football. 2 tight ends.
Absolutely. Yes.
All right. Right now we got the Chargers picking Marvin Harrison Jr., 75% of the votes. This one wasn't really close, man, so we can end it there. Right. Chargers, man. Justin Herbert gets a big-time weapon over there. Him and Keenan Allen, man, they're going to do work, man. So Chargers offense is getting a lot better.
Yeah. Yeah. And then now you have Quentin Johnson as, third, fourth option in the passing game. That's impressive. That's impressive. The Giants, D-Kid, what do the Giants need? I guess you have to consider Joe Alt and Olu Fashanu. I don't know that you can afford not to, right, with the way Evan Neal is played. Brock Bowers is a weapon, man. He absolutely is a weapon. I know they got Darren Waller. They traded for him, but man's always hurt, bro. And then Roma Dunze. I think the Giants still need that alpha. I like what Jalen Hyatt represents as far as being able to stretch the field. But certainly that go-to threat in the passing game is still a need here in New York.
So we got Olu, Joe Alt, Roma Dunze, and Brock Bowers.
Yep.
And you guys, log in, man. Let's vote, man. It's a viewer control mock. The poll is up. What should the Giants do with the 6th overall pick?
Yeah, I don't think that's a bad idea either, DK. I definitely don't. I think considering that you have the 39th and 47th overall picks, though, in early day 2, I do think they take like the best player available here on the board at this juncture. But yeah, I wouldn't rule out a trade altogether here. The question is, DK, where would you trade down to? What parts of the first round would you be trading down to?
You gotta look at the board. You gotta look at which players are falling. Who will somebody trade up for? The tackles. I think the tackles are next up to be drafted. Unless somebody's just in love with Bowers this high, I wouldn't see that. Maybe Roma Dunze, that third wide receiver, because for us, man, it's 3 receivers. The top 3 receivers are Harrison Jr., Malik Neighbors, Roma Dunze, and then I think it's like a tear break right there after Roma Dunze to the wide receiver 4. Because you got Brian Thomas Jr., you got Keon Coleman, Xavier Legette, those guys there. But maybe Roma Dunze would be a trade up candidate, or one of those tackles.
And like I said, I think the Giants could afford to use this pick on a Roma Dunze, to use it on the tackles. I hear what you're saying, DK. I'm just not sure, all things considered, just in terms of reality. I don't dislike the idea.
We love Penix over here.
I could stomach that. You understand what I'm saying? But I'm not sure teams are going to be, racing this high for an opportunity to select Penix, all things considered, right? And even if you're looking at that national championship game in a vacuum and saying, hey, it was one game, as opposed to throwing the baby out with the bathwater, you still have the red flags as it pertains to the injury concern that I think is going to scare some teams away. I think that in of itself is going to scare a handful of teams away.
Yeah, Eric. McGurry. I wasn't big on Caleb McGurry coming in, but he's earned his money. He just got paid last season, so I don't think they're going to get rid of him. But Jake Matthews is getting older. But he played some good ball this last season here too. So I think the Falcons are pretty set at tackle. I don't think they'll draft Alter Olu, but it's tempting though. It's tempting because those guys are like top 6 players for us in the entire draft. So yeah, I think it's tempting, but I don't think the Falcons go tackle. I don't think they go that direction.
Eric, the age factor doesn't mean as much to us as it relates to the quarterback position, but to your point, some front offices will consider that, and that will work against Michael Penix. Absolutely. And this is a good point here, Bills are electric. This is a really good point. Yeah. You may not necessarily be in dire need for a tackle, but if you could stand to improve at tackle, it's so important, and again, to Bills Electric's point, so difficult to get those guys. So I certainly understand teams trying to position themselves to get one of those tackles.
Oh yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, those 2 guys are the next on our board. Right now we have Olu Fashanu 70%, 75%, Joe Alt 25%.
All right, Fashanu sounds like the pick. Let me get back to all and Olu to the Giants. I imagine you kick Evan Neal into one of the guard spots. I mean, you have to at that point. He does have experience playing guard. Maybe his home, that might be the best fit for him ultimately. So that offensive line is coming into shape, right? Left to right, we're looking at Andrew Thomas. Got a question mark at left guard. John Michael Schmitz at center. Evan Neal at right guard. And now Olu Fashanu is your right tackle. So I like it. Where do you all have JJ McCarthy and Bo Nix compared to Penix? Like close behind or big gap? Because that's what I see people think. I think there's a significant gap, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree too.
I think there's a significant gap.
I like those other quarterbacks too. McCarthy and Bo Nix, I think they're good day 2 guys right now. But I think Penix is a day 1 caliber quarterback. So I do have a wider gap. I think with McCarthy and Nix, especially McCarthy, it's going to take some time. Maybe he got to sit a year behind somebody. So yeah, Penix is the guy, man.
It's his age though that I think works in his favor, right? From a McCarthy perspective, and the upside, I think that does work in his favor though, as it relates to NFL teams, right? I think teams will look at JJ McCarthy and recognize that he needs some work, but they may take the fact that obviously he's been more healthy, he's younger, obviously he's accomplished at Michigan, and wait on some additional development with respect to that because you can afford to, right? I think that might be a consideration, but to your question, Eric, Headley and I are in favor of Michael Penix and Mr. C. Pressy saying Cam Ward over McCarthy. I like Cam Ward a lot too. I would probably I'm in the boat of let teams clamor for Bo Nix and JJ McCarthy, and I'll scoop up Cam Ward a little bit later. That's my mindset. That's my mindset. But I agree. Day 2 players.
So right now I have what should the Titans do with this pick? I have Joe Alt, Rome Odunze, Brock Bowers. Any other options for that fourth option? Or should we leave it at 3?
For Tennessee, you said Alt, Bowers, Odunze. I guess you could put Fuaga in that mix.
Tylese. How you spell that? Tailese.
Taliese.
Talese for Waga. The poll is up.
Eric, here's the thing about that, right? So that was a unique situation because there was some uncertainty as to whether or not Aaron Rodgers was going to continue to play. And of course, you had Aaron Rodgers. You had a Hall of Famer already in place. So you could roll the dice, right? At the end of the first round, you could roll the dice because clearly Jordan Love wasn't ready. And we had an opportunity to see Jordan Love live in Senior Bowl, and I did not like what I saw. DK, you were right. Jordan Love was impressive this year. Just kept on getting better and better. You saw the confidence grow, young receivers. He belongs. He belongs. But it took time. We're talking about 3 years, right, in which he is sitting before he really got his opportunity to take the reins of this team. So these coaches don't have that long leash, right? And if you don't have a Hall of Fame quarterback who's still playing at a relatively high level or at a very high level, then you're not going to get that opportunity to do that. It just doesn't happen that way anymore.
Yeah, and you could look at it right now and say, okay, the Packers, did the right thing, drafted him, and let him sit 3 years. But you could look back and say, hey, if we got more weapons around Aaron Rodgers when we drafted Jordan Love, we could have probably won a Super Bowl. So the Packers.
That's a great point.
Yeah, it's 50-50, man, because Jordan Love is playing great ball, but they could have missed that opportunity to win a Super Bowl surrounding Rodgers with weapons all around him. So, we'll see how it pans out.
A guy like T. Higgins at the bottom of the first round would have been nice. That particular draft class, right? And I've always maintained that I don't think the Packers did enough, in some of these latter years as it pertains to adding weaponry. Just the way Brady was adamant about adding weaponry in New England didn't happen. Of course, he goes to Tampa Bay and they load up. You should be pushing your chips to the middle of the table every time when you have a quarterback like that who's still playing at a high level. So you're right. I think the way Love played this year bailed them out. I think that really bailed them out because I expect him to continue to grow with his young receivers. They've done a good job of identifying talent and developing those guys to this point, but they missed out. They had some opportunities there, that window. Hopefully with the way Love is playing, that window remains open.
All right, new viewers. We're up to 16 viewers right now, man. It's a viewer-controlled mock draft, so vote right now. We have what should the Titans do? Joe Alt is leading by a lot right now. They're at 83%. Brock Bowers is second with 17%. Yeah, this is a landslide, man. Let's go ahead and end the poll right now. Let's go get Joe Alt to the Tennessee Titans.
All right. So our first 7 picks, the viewers indicated it's time to move on from Justin Fields. Of course, we haven't necessarily traded Justin Fields yet, so we will have to have a conversation about where he's moved to. Caleb Williams and Jaden Daniels eclipsing Drake May in this viewer-controlled mock draft, followed by Drake May to New England. Malik Neighbors is the first receiver off the board. Much to my glee, right? I don't know if I have the stomach for it, man, but I don't hate it, man. I love Malik Neighbors. I think he has the highest ceiling among all the receivers in this class. Of course, Marvin Harrison Jr., perhaps the cleanest prospect in the class. And then back-to-back tackles, Olu Fashanu and Joe Alt to New York and Tennessee, respectively. So that takes us to Headley's Falcons, right? Headley, you got to put Rome Odunze in there. You got to.
Yeah, you got to put Rome in there. I'm gonna throw in Michael Penix just because that's my guy. I'm gonna throw him in. Let's see what the
You're
fans
adding
think,
Penix
man.
in there. I know it doesn't necessarily impact this pick, but should we add an option to acquire Justin Fields, or should we wait on that? Should we wait
No, you
till
probably
day
wait.
2?
Yeah, they're not giving
All right,
up.
let's wait till day 2.
Pick.
Let's wait till day 2 on that. Okay. So you got Rome, you got Michael Penix, you got to add Latu in verse. I think that's it. Yeah, I would suggest Dallas Turner over verse, but Headley would he would veto it. He would veto it, man.
We got a hammer, man. What's it, Harrison?
Yeah, Zach Harrison.
Ohio State. Zach Harrison. Yeah, he's been playing well, man. Let's get that speed rusher and Jared Verse in there. So Latu, Jared Verse, Michael Penix, Rome Odunze. What should the Falcons do?
All right, so if it's not Penix here, Headley, you're looking at Latu, you're looking at Odunze, and you're looking at Verse. Who do you go with? Who would you be going with here?
I'm gonna go with Rome Odunze. I'm gonna go with the sexy. I think he's the best player on the board. In terms of overall ranking, CPGM. We got a top 100 that came out last week, and Rome Odunze is higher than Penix, Latu, and Verse. So if it's not Penix, yeah, I know we need those edge guys, but the Falcons defense, they were playing well this season. I know they got a lot of older guys, Calais Campbell, Bud Dupree stepping up, but Ebiketie, Harrison, Zach Harrison, those guys are stepping up also. So it's hard for me to pass up Rome Odunze if it's not the quarterback.
I mean, are those tears of joy, Eric? Are those tears of joy?
I don't think so. I think he wants Dallas Turner.
Dallas Turner over Latu. I got Dallas Turner as my second ranked edge, right? I do have him over Verse currently, but Latu's my guy, bro. Latu, man. People sleeping on Latu, man. I get it. The injury, whatever the case, maybe he's out west. You don't necessarily get to see it, but I'm telling you, man. Big fan of Dallas Turner, though.
Yeah, Dallas Turner got the dual threat where he can do a lot for a defense. He could stand up, he could rush the passer. He has speed, he has power. He has that versatility, man. His closing speed is amazing. He can get to the quarterback, but what he does in the run and the pass game, is probably higher than Jared Verse. And I like Latu in the run game, but I think Turner's a little bit better in the run game. But
Turner's the best run defender of that trio. He is the best run defender of that trio.
But Latu has the best from a technical standpoint, the hands, the pass rushing skills, and I think Verse just has the best, just the physical, the motor, the speed, the first step, the closing speed. He got that those traits that you want as a top end pass rusher.
Yeah, he different, Eric, man. Latu's different, man. Check out the video. Check out the video on the channel. He's accepted an invite to the Senior Bowl, so we'll certainly see if we can get a hold of him, talk to him, discuss things with him, get a little bit more insight. Obviously, watch his performance, man. But I think when you talk about being able to having a plan, right, and hand usage, the ability to bend the edge consistently, I think Latu's athleticism is underrated, man. I think just because you don't necessarily always see the speed to power that particular move, it kind of gets lost. But I believe he has it. And of course, playing out west, you don't always necessarily get all the national eyes on you. So I think all things considered, I understand why people may not necessarily be quite as high, but I'm all in. I'm all in, man. Absolutely.
Yeah, we got a tie right now with Penix and Latu. With 43% for the Falcons. We need some more votes coming in. Latu is a technician. Eric, he said can't go tight end wide receiver, running back 4 straight years. I think we can. I think we can. I know Pitts hasn't really panned out, but Drake London and Bijan, those are beasts. And if you look at the Falcons last season, the quarterback is the biggest issue. But if you're talking about offensively or defensively, what they need to improve the most, to me, is the offensive side of the football.
It is. It is.
We got to improve the offensive side of the football.
It is. In a league where I know we talked about at the top that scoring is down, but your defense is not going to be able to keep you in every game these years. I mean, Baltimore has been a bit of an outlier, but even Baltimore has given up 30-point games this season. You understand what I'm saying? Like, just the way the rules are set up, you have to be able to keep pace. You got to be able to score points. You cannot expect your defense to hold the opposition to less than 20 points week in and week out. It's not going to happen. So while I do still think that defense wins championships, when the playoffs come and the weather changes, you got to play outdoors. You know what I'm saying? I think defense obviously still looms large, but you're talking about the receiver room here in Atlanta outside of Drake London. It's non-existent. It's non-existent. And of course, I understand your point regarding the depth at the receiver position. It is probably the deepest position in this particular class. And there are a few that are fairly deep. So I get it from that perspective, that maybe you want to go address a shallower position. I just think with Rome Odunze being on the board, you have to consider him. You have to consider him because there is that drop off after Odunze. To me, it's a big three among the receivers, and then a drop off to the next group. Although, again, deep position group in this class.
Yeah, Odunze ain't getting much love. I think people are sleeping on Odunze, man. He got 14% of the votes right now. I don't know. I think when I look at it, I think it's the West Coast thing, man. I think West Coast players don't get as much love. When you talk about guys like Brandon Dorless, you talk about guys like Latu, Michael Penn, Roma Dunze. It's just they're not getting the upper echelon love like some of these guys that we see in the SEC, on the East Coast, man. So I think that's what people just don't see him as much.
Yeah. Yeah, and again, Eric, you got sound reasoning here. You do have sound reasoning here in terms of taking advantage of the depth at the receiver, in terms of the receiver group. So I understand it. I understand it. You also need to consider guys like Jonathan Grenard. He might be a free agent. Brian Burns, likely a free agent. You know what I'm saying? There's a couple of other different directions, but if we're just purely focusing on the draft, I understand this thought process, prioritizing the pass rusher and then going receiver on day two. It makes sense. It does.
We still got a tie. We got another vote, but they voted, I think, Rome Odunze or Jared Verse. So we still have a tie at the top.
Hey, Eric must be your spirit guide, bro. Dorless? That might be Headley's favorite player in the draft.
I know something, man.
Yeah, man. Yeah, we have consistently selected Dorless in our first round of our mock drafts. We're big fans of Dorless. I think a lot of people are sleeping on Brandon Dorless, right? It's not the sexiest, but in terms of how effective he is and the amount of different things he can do, the alignment flexibility he offers, yeah, big fans of Dorless. I'm me personally, he's not getting through the first 32 selections for me.
Can't be.
Absolutely.
You want to break the tie, Juice? What we doing, man? It's still Penix and Latu at the tie at the top.
With my guy Justin Fields available, give me Latu.
All right, we're gonna go Latu to the Atlanta Falcons. Get the edge.
Yeah, Latu's the top defensive player in this class for me. Top player, followed by as far as the edges are concerned, Dallas Turner and then Jared Verse. My top three at the edge. Chicago, second pick. So ultimately, the viewers spoke. They decided Caleb Williams is now the trigger man here in Chicago. What do we do? What do we do here? Is it a foregone conclusion? Rome Odunze, of course, the two tackles are off the board. We would have liked to improve the offensive line. Of course, they have. They have DJ Moore. It's not as if they don't have a receiver one. Cole Kmet is playing good football. They extended him, so I don't know that Brock Bowers would be in the cards. Trade down. Is a trade down a possibility here? So from an options perspective, I'm thinking Rome Odunze. I would add Fuaga. Go ahead and add Fuaga to the mix. Man,
you got to add some of those edges, right?
Yeah,
Dallas Turner.
Yeah, I was gonna say Johnny Newton because of the interior.
Oh yeah, we could add Johnny Newton. So you want to do Dallas Turner and Johnny Newton?
Yeah, Dallas Turner and Johnny Newton.
Jean. How you spell that? Z-E-R.
Jerzhan.
Gotcha.
They better tag him.
The poll is up.
I would. So again, you may not have been terribly familiar with this channel in previous years, but and I'm speaking to the entire audience. I was very high on Jalen Johnson coming out. I had him as a first round player. I think the Bears stole him in the second round, and the Bears didn't have very much draft capital that year. I think that was the year they got Travis Gibson and Darnell Mooney as well. I thought Jalen Johnson was a surefire first round pick, and of course he's developed into one of the better corners in the league. So I think even though Tyreek Stevenson improved throughout the year, they're going to get Kyler Gordon back. I would be trying to figure out how to keep Jalen Johnson. You know, young talent that you've developed, I would be trying to keep him. But again, price may be too steep. I think certainly by selecting Caleb Williams, it puts you in a position to bring back Jalen Johnson because you don't necessarily have to extend Justin Fields. You understand what I'm saying? So, yeah, I'd be trying to figure out the scenario that would reflect Jalen Johnson in the Chicago Bears jersey. Jake, what's going on? Seems like so many are talking about Dallas Turner in Chicago. Looking for Eberflus. Yeah, he's a bit of a tweener, man, but he plays so much bigger than he is. You know, you're right, Jake. From a body type perspective, the composition, he may not necessarily be your traditional, 4-3 hand in the ground edge, but he plays so much bigger than he is, and I think he could add some more size to that frame. He's a bit lean. He's a bit lean though.
If you think about all the edges, the top edges in the class, Turner, Latu, Verse, they all a little not undersized, but they're the more stand up 3-4 outside linebacker types.
They are.
Yeah.
You throw Chop into that conversation.
Chop also.
It's the same. Yeah. It's the same thing. Braylon Trice is your guy, right? That's kind of the prototypical 4-3 edge of the group. Mississippi. I was talking to a friend who lives in Chicago, trying to give him one of our corners, and he likes they're young and controllable. Yeah, I get that.
Oh, Rome Odunze getting some love here for the Chicago Bears. It's leading the poll right now at 67%. Fuaga Turner at 17%.
All right. Yeah, if I'm the Bears, I know how people feel about Marvin Harrison Jr., and I get it, right? It would be amazing to have both Harrison Jr. and DJ Moore at those two receiver positions. I think it's more important to get that tackle, man. Braxton Jones has been good. At times, he's been average at other times. Certainly better than I anticipated, but I really do think that they get either Fashion or Alt.
Yeah.
Take advantage of the depth at the receiver position. You know what I'm saying? That would be my thought process. That would be my thought process.
Yeah, I think that'd be the ideal thing for the Bears to get an Olu or a Alt if they fall to number 8. But because after those two, it's a little bit of a tear break before you get to Waga and those guys. So that's what they probably want to do. But if they can't get one of those guys there, Rome Odunze, get the receiver, get that wide receiver, the third receiver in the class.
And man, that's what I'm really kind of referring to is the trade down scenario, right? You're trading down. You got an opportunity to get Marvin Harrison Jr. That's fine. Or if you prefer Malik Neighbors, that I can live with that as well. But I think you need to come away with one of those tackles as well. That's the way I feel about it. Well, of course, they have needs on the defensive side of the ball as well.
We got Rome Odunze here for the Chicago Bears, 57% leading the way.
All right, Odunze to pick to Chicago. And to round out the top 10, we have the New York Jets. They, of course, are in a desperate need of an offensive tackle. So Fuaga certainly needs to be among this group.
Put Bowers up there, right?
Yeah, definitely Brock Bowers. What do you think about the Jets and the quarterback position, man? They don't have a second round pick either. So I would
But this high?
I would.
Oh, Penix still on the board, you saying?
Yeah, I mean, just in general, I just want to talk about them a little bit from a quarterback perspective, but we can focus on the poll selections here. So you got Bowers, you got Fuaga. Is there another offensive lineman that you would add to this mix at this juncture at 10?
Go to opposite line. It'd be I know Drew's really high on the kid from Washington, Troy Tanu.
Yep.
Amarius Mims really fits that offense, that scheme that they run against second level. So I'll put him over Latham here for this team, for the Jets. Amarius Mims.
And I think the fourth option is a trade down because, again, they don't have a second round pick here.
All right. Trade down with a specific team you want to add on there?
Let's see.
Is Penix still on the board? Michael Penix?
Yeah, Penix is still on the board.
Maybe like a Broncos. I know the Broncos. Well, they don't want.
Well, so the next two picks are the Vikings and the Broncos, who I think are both going to be in the market.
Maybe the Raiders there.
So the Raiders, yeah. Let's put the Raiders as a trade down partner with the Jets here to get in front of both Minnesota and Denver.
All right, the poll is up. What should the Jets do? Talise Fuaga, Brock Bowers, Amarius Mims, or trade down with the Raiders?
Yeah, Latham had a rough time as well as the right tackle for Washington during
number 73.
Bro,
call him 73, bro. Yeah, man. He wasn't getting the penalty. Goodness. He was just getting beat.
Man, but it wasn't even getting out of his stance.
Yeah.
There were a couple plays where he didn't even get out of his stance, man. It was awful, man. Like I said, everybody shares some culpability in the way Washington played against Michigan, right? The focus, it's the quarterback. It's the nature of the quarterback position, right? They're going to get too much credit. They're going to get too much blame. You understand what I'm saying? It was not a good game by Michael Penix. By any stretch of the imagination, it wasn't a good game, but my goodness, man. Outside of our guy, Fautanu, the other four, they struggled mightily.
Yeah.
They struggled.
The interior really struggled in that right tackle. Yeah, like outside of Fautanu, like you said. Yeah, there was a lot of things, man. But, the blame's going to go on the quarterback, like you said. And Penix didn't play good. He was inaccurate. He had a Rome Odunze wide open. I know what he thought. He thought Rome Odunze was going to go closer to the sideline. But when you that wide
it was
open,
a corner route, bro. I agree with you. I wonder how that's coached up. How that's coached up. That's a question that I would have for Michael Penix. Maybe I get the opportunity to ask him in Mobile. But I think it's coached up. He's throwing to a spot. That's what he typically does. Is he throws to a spot. You understand what I'm saying? I believe Odunze, especially the way that the conversation was happening, the conversation that Odunze had with his coaches was,
it was on
running a corner. You're running a corner right there. But from a coaching point, I agree with you, Headley. If a guy is that free, just put it on him. Put it on him. But splitting hairs there.
And then he missed a couple of reads also. I think later as the game went, it just got bad for him, man. He was hurt and he just wanted to get the football out of his hands. So, it was a rough going for him.
Pressure got to him.
All right, we got the trade down leading the way right now, and Amarius Mims in second place over Fuaga.
Okay. All right. Well, Fuaga, you know how I feel about Fuaga, and he's one of the guys that I got to do another heat check on, right? I need to go back to the tape and really delve once again into it. It's clear what he can do in the running game, right? And I think he certainly has the athleticism and the requisite size to recover in the pass sets. But there's some work to be done from that perspective. I think that's the biggest area of concern with respect to him, and it's going to be that way for most guys making that jump from the collegiate ranks to the NFL. But as you mentioned, some of those snaps against Latu, for example, kind of stood out to you. And I think from an upside perspective, it's hard to argue with him. Mims is a beast. He just hadn't been healthy, bro.
Just hasn't been healthy. Yeah,
it's just injuries with him. But he's a beast. I think Mims is healthy. Exactly. I think if Mims is healthy and has a bit more experience under his belt, he's heavily in that top 10, top 15 or so conversation, more so than he is currently. All right, what are we looking like?
Still 67% trade down with the Raiders, man. You want to do it?
Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's get that trade situated here. So,
and this is for Penix, correct?
Yeah. I think the decision has already been made that if we're trading up here, we're attempting to acquire Michael Penix. We won't put that to a vote. So if you have a different feeling about that, be sure to comment here on this. All right. So Las Vegas, where art thou? Here you go. So yeah, that's steep. That's steep in order to get into the second round. Maybe they don't get in the second round. I think that would be the ideal situation, right? Is to add a second round pick here for New York, but maybe it doesn't work out that way. Maybe it doesn't work out that way. Let's go with the 3 because it's almost 30 spots to move up 3. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So let's add the 3rd. Let's add the 3rd in this particular trade. All right. And with that, the Las Vegas Raiders select Michael Penix. So despite his struggles during the national championship, the concerns regarding injury, the body of work for Michael Penix, phenomenal. And I felt the need to go back to some of the Indiana film and his performances when healthy, because of course he dealt with a lot of injuries at Indiana, and there was a lot to like, man. And I went directly to the big games, right? I'm not talking about the bottom feeders of the Big Ten, the MAC opponents. I was on Ohio State. I do fair against Ohio State, Michigan State, because they typically play good defense. I wanted to see those numbers. I wanted to see him play in those particular contests. And I mean, there was one particular game that he lit Ohio State up, man. I think he had 5 TDs in that game. You understand what I'm saying? So the talent has always been there. The injury bug has always been an issue. He goes to a 4-8 Washington team, and he, last year, double-digit wins. This year, Pac-12 championship, national championship game. I mean, he's been phenomenal. He has exactly what you want. It's just some concerns for us in particular. I won't speak for anybody else. For us, the concerns are the injuries, right? And hopefully everything pans out. I think hopefully everything pans out once they go to the combine and the doctors poke and prod. You know what I mean? Penix to the Raiders.
Yeah, Penix to the Raiders. I got the Vikings right now on the poll. I got Dallas Turner, Jared Verse. I think getting that edge right in Minnesota will be beneficial. What about what do you think about Zerjon Newton on the interior there?
Yeah, you're gonna add Johnny Newton.
And then the last guy, I'm thinking of maybe a corner.
So the question is, do you feel more strongly about the interior D lineman or the corner? Because I think this is a trade down scenario as well, especially with Brock Bowers being on the board.
Somebody trading up for Bowers.
Mm-hmm.
They do need an interior guy. This is Brian Flores' defense, so a lot of multiple. Murphy and Booth at corner. Evans. Yeah, I might go defensive line.
Okay.
Defensive line. So let's do Turner versus Newton. And then you say trade down with who?
That's what I'm trying to figure out right now. Who would be in the
Bowers?
market for tight end? I think the Bengals, as I'm looking at the teams, I think the Colts, the Bengals. I mean, I think the Jets would be, as much as they need a tackle, I think they would actually consider selecting Bowers at 13. Doing well, Nash. Good to have you. Let's not go trade down here. Let's not go trade down. Let's go fourth player. Let's put one of the corners up.
It's going to be Cooper DeJean, Nate Wiggins, or Terrion Arnold. Kool-Aid McKinstry also. It's a lot of corners right there.
I mean, Brian Flores wants to blitz, right? Give me the best band guy. That's going to be Kool-Aid.
Kool-Aid. Or Terrion Arnold.
Let's put
Terrion up there. Let's put Terrion Arnold up there.
That's what I was thinking, Drake. That's what I was thinking. Bengals. I think the Packers with the two young tight ends that they selected, Tucker Kraft, Musgrave, they're okay. I think they're okay. I mean, obviously Bowers is a superior player, but I don't know that they'd be trading up for Bowers, considering the way Kraft in particular played. And I think they're high on Musgrave. They actually took Musgrave ahead of Kraft. So Bengals for sure, though. The Bengals for sure. I think they would definitely be in consideration of moving up. And maybe that's what happens here with Denver. We'll see.
All right, the poll is up. The Vikings, Dallas Turner, Jared Verse, Zerzon Newton, Terrion Arnold.
Right. Philip has very specific trade demands.
That's a beautiful mind.
And the Bears, number 2 pick back, then trade back with the Pats to get Hunter Henry, and then the second pick, then draft Marvin Harrison Jr. So Philip, when we do the team specific 7-round mock drafts, we need you to weigh in once again. Once we start the team specific 7-round mock drafts, which we'll do after the Senior Bowl. Once we get back from the Senior Bowl, we'll delve into those team-specific mock drafts.
Okay. It's a battle right now with Dallas Turner and Jared Verse. So
Makes
the Vikings
sense.
Getting the edge.
Right. We're expecting Danielle Hunter to move on, so that makes a lot of sense. So what do you think about the Vikings, right? I mean, obviously, Danielle Hunter still playing at a high level, likely to be moving on. The quarterback situation. Do you think they go back to Kirk Cousins here?
I think so. He had an injury, but he well before the injury. And right now, all the quarterbacks, the top 4 quarterbacks are off the board. So in this particular mock draft, I wouldn't select a Bo Nix this early. So
right.
Yeah, you gotta run Kirk Cousins back out there, but. If they're feeling bullish and they want to make a move, maybe a trade up to get one of those top quarterbacks. But I'll keep Cousins. I'll keep riding Cousins out there, man. And let's get this defense right.
All right. I'm not mad at it. I mean, Kirk Cousins has proven his worth, right? He certainly has proven his worth, and he's played his best football in Minnesota. Obviously has a great rapport with Justin Jefferson. Everybody seems to have a great rapport with Justin Jefferson. So, yeah, I'm certainly understanding of that. I imagine Kevin O'Connell. I'm not ruling out that they wouldn't go rookie quarterback, but it would be a developmental guy. I would imagine.
Yeah.
You bring back
someone in second round or something.
Yeah. I mean, early day 3, certainly day 2 is within consideration. I think there's other areas of this team that they got to improve, though.
Oh, still between Verse and Turner. Verse is 57% to Turner's 43%.
Give it another 30 seconds or so, and then we'll move on.
You talking about Zach Zinter?
Yeah. Philip's talking about Zach Zinter. Coming off an injury, but he's a stud. I know. You could try Cooper BB. I think Cooper Beebe should hear his name early on day 2. That's a unique contract, to say the least. It's a unique contract. You gotta do one of those Shohei Ohtani.
That's what I was thinking about when he wrote that.
Yeah.
It keeps going back and forth. It was tied up, then Verse to the lead, and now it's tied up again. Turner and Verse.
Oh man! All right,
looks like we have a versus my edge 2.
Yeah, it is. We have a few more people who just joined. Be sure to vote on who should be selected here. If you are watching, in order to vote, you need to be on YouTube.
Yep. You too, man. Like and get in the comments, man.
And you know what, D-Kid? I think like 3 of them are going to be in Mobile too.
Yeah.
And I think based on what we saw from Michigan is the reason why part of the reason why all those guys are going back to Ohio State. They want to make a run, bro. I think a lot of those guys,
Will Howard over there.
you know, some of them haven't beat Michigan. Michigan's coming off the national championship. Like Ryan Day was like, man, hey, listen, I need you. I need you. I have yet to beat Michigan. I need you. You know what I mean?
And the NIL money ain't too bad, huh?
It ain't bad. It ain't bad.
Harbaugh staying
Hit
in
that
Michigan.
like button. Appreciate you, Mr. C. Prasky. I don't know, Bills are electric. I'm not sure. It would not shock me if he moved on. I don't. I mean, it really just depends on what this investigation yields because I don't know that there's a better situation for Jim Harbaugh.
Someone was saying the Chargers, maybe.
Man. I'm not saying Jim Harbaugh couldn't have success. I'm not saying he couldn't have success, right? But he's a Michigan guy, right? And you know, he cut his teeth at San Diego State, Stanford. It's not as if Jim Harbaugh is some, you know, noob to college football. He's been at Michigan for almost a decade now. You understand what I'm saying? It's been a long time since that San Francisco team was in the Super Bowl. You know what I mean? Like, I think Jim Harbaugh does his. Donovan Jackson's not coming out. He's going back.
Not coming. Yeah, he went back. That was a good decision for him.
He's a college football guy. You generally don't see that. You generally don't see that with a guy who played pro football and then coached at the NFL level, had a lot of success at the NFL level, and then go. Like, you generally don't see that. But I think Harbaugh is a college football guy, man. Especially in this day and age. You know, some of the things he was saying in terms of, you know, revenue and how revenue should be distributed, whatever the case may be. He's speaking the kids' language too now. So, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if he remains. That wouldn't come as a shock to me at all.
All right, it's still tied up, man.
I know the allure of the NFL, but the money that these college coaches are being paid, bro, and the duration, man, crazy.
Yeah.
You know?
It's a team.
And listen, those coaches are like state senators, bro.
Exactly.
They're like state senators.
They leave when they want to leave. They leave when they want to leave.
Exactly.
You know. So Turner and Verse at 44%. We need another vote. Somebody voted for Arnold, man. Can they take back their vote and vote for other Turner and Verse?
I believe so. I believe they can.
Whoever voted for Terry, man. Let's break that tie, man, between Turner and Verse.
Yeah. You know, Alabama got the resources, man. But and of course, Kalen is a very good coach, excellent coach, remarkable coach. I hope that's not a small challenge. Stepping in, replacing Nick Saban, they're not going to have a lot of patience. That fan base, that's, you know, board of trustees, boosters, they're not going to have a lot of patience. They're really not. So hopefully he can hit the ground running.
I guess we're not breaking the tie, man. You want to break it, just Turner and Verse?
Well, you know the direction I'm going to go in. But I'm going to do you a solid. Let's go with Verse here. Let's go with Verse to Minnesota.
Right, we're going Jared Verse.
Which takes us to the Broncos. Hell, the Broncos could use Brock Bowers.
All right.
They could use Brock Bowers. Let's see. Where else would we go? Let's add
Bo Nix up there.
You can. Quarterback. You can. They don't have a second round pick, so I guess you could put Bo Nix up there. Who else? Let's add Dallas Turner just for the hell of it.
Yeah, they got it. I like the edges, but they could never have any pass rushes.
Right, and then a corner. I think we need a corner. I'm with you, John. Let's get a corner here as well.
Which corner?
Let's go Cooper DeJean. I know he's not necessarily a corner per se, but let's go Cooper. So what are the options we have?
Brock Bowers, Bo Nix, Dallas. Brock Bowers, Bo Nix, Dallas Turner, Cooper DeJean.
Take
Bo out.
Not Brock Bowers. Take Bo out.
Take Bo out. And
let's add Terry and Arnold.
All All right. Poll is up. Terrion Arnold, Cooper DeJean, Dallas Turner, Brock Bowers. What should the Broncos do with the 14th? What is the 12th overall pick?
Who do you want Poles to get for OC? Man, listen. I know Eric Bieniemy is looking for a head coach job, but I would welcome Eric Bieniemy with open arms. And maybe ultimately he is a replacement for Eberflus if Eberflus can't get it done. You know what I'm saying? I think there's a couple other guys. There's a Kubiak. There's someone from the Kubiak tree, a younger Kubiak that I think is in consideration. Passing game coordinator for, I believe, is it San Francisco? Might be San Francisco. I could be mistaken. I think Seattle has an underrated coordinator as well. He's somebody I would consider. But these are all lateral moves for the most part. Unless you're a position coach, it's a lateral move. So off the top of my head, I'm not sure. But the bar is fairly low with Luke Getsy. So I'm sure the Bears can improve on the OC. Yeah, that's who I was thinking about, Philip. His name is escaping me. But the thing about that is that Waldron, I think there's a discrepancy in terms of what Pete Carroll wants and what Waldron has in mind. I think there's there was a bit of a clash there, to be frank. There was a bit of a clash there. Yeah, you got to be in lockstep. Yeah, I agree with you, John. That's a serious duo.
Right now we got Brock Bowers, 67%. Arnold and Cooper DeJean tied second place at 17%. Get those votes in, man. Brock Bowers is leading the charge right now for the Denver Broncos.
Another 30 seconds or so, and we'll call it unless something dramatically changes here with the poll. Denver, of course, we've talked about the whole Russell Wilson situation, Sean Payton. Russell still wasn't playing great football, but he was playing good football, right? And Sean Payton certainly deserves credit for that. The way Russell worked on his body, deserve credit for that. I get it from the fiscal perspective because he wasn't earning the amount of money that he was paid, but the Broncos cut the check. They inked the deal. They made that decision. So the way they went about trying to absolve themselves of that particular decision obviously doesn't necessarily sit well, but I understand why they want to move on. Russell Wilson's not playing as an upper echelon quarterback, albeit he had a pretty decent, I should say better than decent. He had a good stat line this year.
All right, man. We're going to call it, man. We're going to go Brock Bowers to the Denver Broncos at number 12.
All right, that puts the New York Jets back on the clock. So we traded down a few spots, added a day 2 pick, an additional 3rd round pick. Still no 2nd round pick, but with a pair of 3rd round picks, I think that gives them a little bit more flexibility to get into the 2nd round if they're so inclined. Let's see here. Fuaga goes back on the list.
Yep.
You can add Faatanu, Latham. Add Latham to the mix as well. And is there a receiver you like? Is there a receiver you might be willing to roll the dice on here at 13th overall?
My guy's Keon Coleman. Maybe him or Brian Thomas Jr. I think those are 2 next receivers up.
What about next to Quinnen Williams? I don't off the top of my head know what the or do we just go full tackles? We add Mims to the mix. 4 tackles.
Let's go 4 tackles.
Let's go 4 tackles. Let's do it.
Let's protect, man.
This should be interesting. This will be an interesting poll because people's opinions are all over the place after Fashional and Alt.
Yeah. So this is essentially tackle 3 right here.
I know they don't need an edge. I'm just wondering what those contracts look like in the interior. Yeah, John's indicating interior D line. Yeah, but Johnny Newton's on the clock. That's the thing, right? He's on the board. That's the thing, right? Yeah, I would typically agree with you, but a player with that kind of ability to get upfield, playing in an even man front, he's going to be dropped into that perfect role as a 3 technique. Yeah, yeah, I could stand to see it, but I think tackle obviously the bigger need here.
Yep. Get those votes in. Oh yeah, it's a 3-way tie right here. Mims, Fa'utanu, and Fuaga.
And Fuaga.
No love for Latham.
They say Latham a little heavy-footed out there.
Especially for the scheme. You know, the scheme want to get to the second level. Those tackles.
Outside zone. Yeah. Yeah. I gotta tell you, Headley, you know, we were talking about, you know, starting a new dynasty league. Man, the top running back might be Breece Hall, bro.
Dynasty?
Yeah.
Breece had a strong year. He came off that knee injury.
Maybe not top guy, because you know you got Bijan obviously, but
Bijan.
like
Gibbs?
3. Gibbs too. Gibbs a
in the
baller.
PPR league.
But PPR, bro. See what Breece Hall does in the passing game, bro?
Yeah.
I think Breece Hall gonna have a. I'm not gonna say from a rushing perspective it's gonna be like what Jonathan Taylor did a couple seasons ago, but I think he gonna ball, bro. I think he might be in line for an All-Pro type season. Kyron, oh man, Kyron's like a top 5-6 dynasty guy now, man.
Yeah, man, he balled out.
And you know what's crazy? Love Kyron at Notre Dame. Loved him. And then, of course, he ran a slower than what you would like at 40 and completely dismissed. Tape just thrown out. And you got to be careful of that. There's going to be a lot of that, obviously, as we get deeper into the pre-draft process. It's not unique to the running back position. It's every position, right? That guys don't necessarily test as well as you would expect. And organizations just write them off. They just write them off. And you forget about the litany of tape that is available to you and the actual football speed that you see. You know what I mean? So, yeah, it's a cautionary tale. That's why you have every NFL roster has a litany of undrafted players on them, because teams, they tend to prioritize the metrics, particularly on day 3, right? They're going to take a chance on the upper echelon athlete as opposed to the really good football player. And when it's all said and done, more often than not, the really good football player is ultimately who earns a roster spot.
Yeah, you're talking about
that's the thing, Jake. Like, the offensive line was a mess, and Breece Hall did things this year. He did things this year.
He did.
Off the injury, bro. Off the injury.
It was impressive.
So it's gonna be scary, bro. It's gonna be scary. Oh yeah,
right.
D-Kid's pushing
tied at 33% votes. Yeah, boy, big.
Yeah,
boy, big and powerful, man.
I like him.
And these running backs.
Got a lot of tread. He got a lot of tread on the tire too. So
yeah, these running backs in this class is like, you know, who's going to be that guy? Like I did a running back in my fantasy league, in my dynasty league, and I'm like, it's going to depend on landing spot. It's going to depend on landing spot, man. Where does your boy Brooks from Texas goes and guys like that, man. So, you know, we'll see, man.
There's quite a few, Philip. I think there's quite a few options in this particular draft class, right? We talked about Cam Kitchens, and we got Tyler Nubins of the world.
Oh, you see my guys coming out.
Rod Moore was making his play. Jaden Hicks is coming out.
Yeah.
He'll be in Mobile. Jaden Hicks.
He surprised me. I thought he was going to go back to school.
I think he's gotten some feedback. He's gotten some feedback about how NFL teams view him. I think he's got some good reviews. Yeah, he's a good player. Very good player. So I think there are quite a few safeties. And even as you get into day 3, I think there's some guys that we really like, you know, a guy that, you know, could crack the top 100 picks, Cole Bishop. I know the tape wasn't great later in the season, but I think overall he's really, really good football player. So some really good names at the safety position. Another deep position in this class.
All right, man. You're going to break the tie, man. Fuaga, Fa'utanu, Marius Mims, man.
Everybody's tied?
It's tied 33
All three?
across the
Oh man,
board.
we
We need
need one
some
more.
votes. Yeah.
We need one, at least one more vote. We need one more vote for
Somebody
one of
vote.
those three. I could break the 2-way tie, but the 3-way? Come on.
It's a 3-way. It's been like that for a while.
There's a good one
Gene
right there. It's a
Simpson.
good name, John.
Oh
John.
yeah.
Yeah.
He
Another
comes
one
down.
today
He
for it.
attacks. Yeah, he comes down hard.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
16 people currently watching the show. How many votes do we actually have?
6 votes.
Yeah, that's not adding up.
We got to get that percentage right, man.
That's not adding up. Appreciate you, Philip. Appreciate everybody who is participating and watching, of course,
Yeah.
But we just need one more vote.
One more vote, guys. Fuaga, Mims. I'll probably go Fuaga. That would probably be who I select here. I think he's probably the best blocking in this class, man.
Yeah.
He gets after the run game. It's just a pass game technique. You know, some things with his hands that he needs to improve upon, but what he does in the run game, like I said, if he doesn't pan out as a tackle, he could be an all-pro guard at the next level. Oh, there goes the vote. Fuaga wins, man. I talked him into it, man. Fuaga. Let's go.
All right. Fuaga is the pick. All right. And of course, we are very long-winded, but this is a 2-round viewer control mock draft. So we're gonna have to pick up the pace here. We're gonna have to pick up the pace a little bit. Let's go move on to the New Orleans Saints. Of course, they are also a quarterback needy team. Tackle is a concern, right? That left tackle position in particular. I don't know if they move Ryan Ramczyk over to left tackle or not, but Trevor Penning, whether or not he plays tackle remains to be seen. I imagine he'll play guard. So the entire left side of the Saints offensive line is a question mark. They could certainly use some help along the defensive line. They're getting older as well. Who do we got here, Headley? We put Johnny Newton next to Brian Brzee, right?
Yeah, let's go to Zerzon.
Dallas Turner. And then we got, let's go Mims and Fuaga.
Fuaga just got drafted, right?
Well, not Fuaga, excuse me, Fautanu.
Troy Fautanu. Let's go. Poll is up. Who should the Saints? What should the Saints do? Zerzon Newton, Dallas Turner, Amarius Mims, and Troy Fautanu. You got your boy Jordan Morgan in the comments. I know you like Jordan Morgan.
Yeah, there's some folks that view him as a guard. Interestingly enough, some people view him as a guard, but I think Jordan Morgan is. Yeah, exactly. I think Jordan Morgan is probably. There's a chance he makes it into the first round, but because of that arm length, because of the thought process that he might be a better guard, he lands early day 2. But I think ultimately he's going to play tackle. I think ultimately he's going to end up at tackle. If not initially, out of need, out of an injury, out of whatever. And then once people see him at tackle, they're going to be like, well, yeah, he's a tackle. Can't play Taysom Hill at tackle. No, you cannot. Unfortunately, for the Saints.
Well, Morgan has the long arms. That's what DK was saying. Maybe I misspoke on that one.
I thought there was a concern about his arm length. I thought so. I thought that was the consideration. I view him as a tackle. I think he's they're long enough. They're long enough. 34 inches, 34 5/8. I think that's long enough. I know the standard is 35. I know that's the standard, but I think his arm length is plenty good.
I'm looking through my notes. That battle with Bray and Trice, they really went at it. Trice, got him a couple times, ripped through his block, and made a play. hit him with the speed to power for a sack. So he did give up some stuff to Berlin Trice, Jordan Morgan, but he also had some good reps against him as well. I think his grip strength can improve against physical players like Trice. I think he needs stronger hands, but he's really good on the move. Great mover in space. I think power could really give him issues. And yes, he's coming off of that knee injury as well. D-Kid.
All right.
Yeah, I agree with
What's
that
the poll
too.
talking about?
Dallas Turner gets 57% of the votes, man, for the New Orleans Saints.
All right, Dallas Turner is the selection. We move on to the Indianapolis Colts. Receiver is a need with Michael Pittman's contract expiring. I know there's some question marks in terms of offensive line as well, defensive line, either side of the line of scrimmage, and then DB, then corner. Corner has been a thorn in the Colts side. So Cooper DeJean, Nate Wiggins, Terrion Arnold, Johnny Newton. Let's just do it.
Do it. Yeah.
Yeah, the top four that are currently available, according to well, D-Kid likes Leggett, Brian Thomas, Coleman, Wiggins. I like Leggett, Thomas, Wiggins.
Poll is up. Nate Wiggins, Terrion Arnold, Cooper DeJean, Zerjon Newton. What should the Colts do?
Yeah, we're going defense here with this one. We're gonna
defense.
We're gonna lean on the depth of the receiver group here and focus on the defense. Who do you like here for Indy, Headley?
Out of these four options here, I would put probably a corner. I think corner is a big need for them. I know Zerjon's fallen down the board. Newton is the highest graded player on my board. What they got on the interior defensive line? Check them out.
Buckner.
That's a beast.
They got some guys. They got some guys. I just don't know what the contract situation looks like. I'm not sure what the contracts look like.
Yeah, corner's their biggest need right here.
Yeah.
So, you got Gus Bradley. I know he's doing more man stuff nowadays, but he's primarily a zone guy. And I always said Nate Wiggins is the best zone corner in this class. I think Arnold is the most complete corner in terms of zone and man. So it'll be out of Arnold and Wiggins for me. I'll probably go Arnold, man. Even though I know Nate Wiggins played that great zone, I think Arnold's higher on my board right now than Nate Wiggins.
Yeah. Terrion Arnold is one of the biggest risers over the course of the 2023 season. I'm interested to see how he tests because corner is one of those positions where I put a little bit more emphasis on athletic testing. He's going
to test really good.
No, I'm not suggesting that he won't, but that might be exactly what's necessary in order for him to be the first corner off the board. You know what I mean? So yeah, I'm interested to see how that works out.
So when I say Bob Sanders is before your time,
nah, bro, Bob's his body couldn't handle the way he played football. Really, one of my favorite safeties to watch, right? And we always talk about it that Super Bowl run, right, where they beat the Bears ultimately, but throughout the playoffs. What really carried that team was the running game and the defense up the middle, right? It was Booger McFarland, Gary Brackett, and Bob Sanders. Like you just go straight through the middle of that defense, and when all those guys were healthy, which was a rare occasion, they were terrific. And of course, you had Mathis Freeney screaming off the edges. You know what I'm saying?
Once they get that lead,
yeah, they were built to play with the lead, obviously. Yeah.
All right, man. We got Terrion Arnold, man. Let's get to the next pick.
All right.
Terrion
Arnold, the first corner off the board here to the Colts. That takes us to Mississippi Praski's Seahawks. All right. Well, I think you gotta add Fautano to the mix because I know some people view him as a guard. Let's add Braylon Trice. Who else?
Seattle. Yeah, they need trenches.
Johnny Newton.
Yeah, Jerjon's on the board.
Yep.
Gotta put Jerjon on there.
And you know what? For the hell of it, add Tavondre Sweat.
Big Tavondre. All right, the poll is up. Add into the trenches in Seattle, man. What should Seattle do? Troy Fautanu, Brennan Trice, Zerzon Newton, or Tavondre Sweat?
To Mrs. C. Prasky's point, I do think this is a spot that Seattle would consider trading back. I do, especially without that second round pick. I think a trade back would be within the realm of possibility. Someone who coveted a corner, although, there's only one corner that came off the board here. So I don't see anybody trading up to acquire a quarterback necessarily. Not from our perspective. That may be different when it's all said and done. But yeah, I'm not sure who the trade partner is here. You know what I mean? Because a lot of the corners are still on the board. I think that's the position that I'd be clamoring for. Unless, of course, you have somebody who really loves Zerzon Newton. And, of course, we think Zerzon Newton would be a good fit here. Not an ideal fit, but a good fit. And the reason why I say that is because I believe you get the best brand of football from Zerzon Newton if he's playing in an even man front as a 3 technique, right? He can play a 4-eye, he can play, a 5, right? And control things at the line of scrimmage, eat up double teams. I just think you're taking away some of his superpowers in doing so.
All right, Tavondre Sweat's leading the way right now, 50% of the votes.
Sweat, man. Big T Sweat, man.
That run D right.
He might buck the trend, man. You know how guys get pigeonholed as 2 down guys, but
yeah,
and they typically don't go early anymore. But listen,
But you had what you said, Dexter Lawrence, and I think the year before, Vita VA went right before that. So those are the 2 guys right there. 340 plus guys that could affect the passer as well.
Your boy Jordan Davis too. I guess you could add him to the mix.
Yeah.
Although I again, as I mentioned, I don't.
He ain't a big fan.
He doesn't play for all that size and physicality and athleticism. I do not see it consistently enough, bro. I don't see it with him consistently enough. And then you got to think about it this way too. He's flanked by some really good players on Philadelphia, right? So you get opportunities. You get one-on-ones.
One-on-ones.
And he's just not winning them consistently enough for me, man. It's not.
All right, man. We're gonna put it there. Tavondre Sweat, 50% to the Seattle Seahawks.
Wow,
get that run
big
defender.
T Sweat. Sweat. All right. That takes us to Duval. And I think you definitely need to address corner. I think Trayvon Walker has certainly improved. I think the counting numbers certainly support that. I just, again, from a consistency perspective, still a lot left to be desired, but he's taking a step in the right direction. So give me Nate Wiggins, Kool-Aid. Add Cooper to the mix. And then we need one more. Who do you think? Is it time to add a receiver?
Yeah, receiver. How about we add 2 receivers, 2 corners?
Okay.
Let's take Kool-Aid off for now. Let's do Nate Wiggins, Cooper DeJean.
I like Fautanu for the Jacks too. So
Fautanu.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's put Troy.
I wouldn't do 2 receivers. All
right, let's put Troy out there. What receiver would it be then?
I think among the guys that you would, I think among the guys you would consider, it's Thomas Jr. for me.
All right, let's do Brian Thomas Jr. Cooper DeJean, Nate Wiggins, Troy Fautanu, Brian Thomas Jr. What should the Jaguars do? Pick the 17th overall. DK, man. You know how Juice feel about Coleman, man. He just won't give it to him, man. That Miami just bleeding out of him, that UM, that orange behind him. Can't give it to him, man.
Oh man. It might have been the injury. It may have been the injury that kind of depressed Coleman's production there at the end. But like I said, man, Too many occasions where he disappeared. And really, when it gets down to it, let me just put on my draft analysis cap for a second here, right? I have concerns, doubts as to whether or not he can consistently create separation, right? For a guy his size, for that basketball background, you've seen him make some incredible plays climbing the ladder, right? Jump ball scenario, go and go get it, right? But just in general contested catch situations, he ain't getting it done on a consistent basis. Like he's like in the bottom third among draft eligible receivers in terms of success rates when it's a contested catch situation. So if you're not going to create separation on a consistent basis, which I'm not convinced you will, you got to be able to make those plays with guys draped around you in those contested situations, not just the jump ball. You understand what I'm saying? And it doesn't add up. He's not doing that on a consistent basis. So I would like to think some legitimate concerns about Keon Coleman, right? And we've all, you, me, and Drew agreed that he actually projects better as a secondary option in the passing game, not necessarily the first option, which again brings my evaluation of him. It lowers him a little bit down in the rankings.
Yeah, but I think there's only 3 guys that's like wide receiver ones.
Without a doubt. With no shadow of a doubt, right? I agree with you. I agree with you. But again, we're talking about a projection here, right? If we're convinced Harrison Jr., Neighbors, Odunze are alphas, right? They're going to be the first option in any team they land to their passing game, assuming that team doesn't already have an alpha on that team,
Yeah.
I think the likelihood that Keon Coleman is that guy is lower than a couple of the other guys, right? I.e. Xavier Legette, for me. I think he has, again, despite the fact that he doesn't have a ton of production, what I saw from him this year, it gives me the hope. I think there's more of a likelihood that he could be that guy.
Gotcha. We got Cooper DeJean leading the way, man. Jacksonville Jaguars select Cooper DeJean, the defensive back from Iowa.
Defensive back. All right, so that takes us to the Bengals. We're not sure about Jonah Williams' long-term prospects there. I believe I keep on confusing. Is it Reader or BJ Hill that's contract is coming to an end?
Probably Reader.
Either way, Johnny Newton needs to be in the poll. Let's add Brian Thomas Jr. We can add the aforementioned Keon Coleman. And then we need one more player. We need a tackle. It's going to be Mims or...
Yeah, Mims sound like it's...
Mims. We got Latham, Mims, and Fautanu. So Mims and Fautanu.
I only can add one of them.
So what we got? We got Johnny
Newton, Brian Thomas Jr., Keon Coleman. Let's just add Mims.
Let's add Mims. Call it a day.
Marius Mims. Poll is up. What should the Bengals do here with the 18th overall pick? Got big Jerjon Newton. He's kind of sliding down the board because he could be considered one of the best defensive players in this entire class. Just the penetration skills, getting after the quarterback. Quick twitch guy in the middle of the defense. And we got the 2 wide receivers, Brian Thomas Jr., Keon Coleman. Both dynamic receivers. Thomas Jr.'s ability to stack defenders, the big playability we've seen it all year with Jaden Daniels at LSU. And then you got Keon Coleman, man. I know Juice is talking about the how he wins the percentage, but to me, man, he's an above the rim type athlete. He catch the football, yards at the catch ability, red zone threat immediately on your offense. I like Keon Coleman a lot. And then we got Marius Mims, the big tackle from Georgia, physical, big, got the speed, got everything that you want from the tackle. Just got to stay healthy, stay on the field.
I think in one of our previous mock drafts, I traded down here with Cincinnati, right? Johnny Newton wasn't on the board, so just keep that in mind. And again, I think if you select Jerjon Newton here, you're able to play him in that ideal 3 technique role. But we know what's happening in terms of the receiver room. We're not necessarily expecting T. Higgins or Tyler Boyd to be back. They're both going to be unrestricted free agents. I think Tyler Boyd certainly is done. T. Higgins, do they tag him? It's not likely considering the injury. So there's a need there. So I've I've traded back previously here and then took Keon Coleman towards the bottom of the first round. I think this is a really good landing spot for him because you already have your alpha in the form of Jamar Chase, but you obviously need additional weapons, right? You don't necessarily have a clear-cut number 2 with Higgins and Boyd, no longer in Cincinnati is what we're anticipating. So there's going to be a ton of man coverage, right? As you mentioned, he's going to be an immediate red zone threat, gives you another option there for Joe Burrow. I think he's a perfect complementary guy to a true alpha. I just don't know that Coleman is that guy. I'm not convinced of that.
Yeah, I'm looking at DK comment right here about John's motor.
I know how D-Kid feels about Johnny Newton. I know he does.
I the thing about Newton is if he doesn't win early in his rep, if it isn't right away, it's kind of harder for him to get to the quarterback. It's like he has to win early or it's going to be a fight with the offensive lineman. So I don't know if
that's why he's a 3-tech
question.
It's a 3-tech.
I don't know if that's
I'm telling you. To your point, I think it's a great point, Headley. If you're not certain that it's a motor thing, it's probably because of the way that he's being used, the way he's being deployed, right? Like he does not have the frame to consistently handle a double team. He's not that player. But because of the defense that Illinois runs and because he's one of their best 11, you know what I mean? When these college teams are trying to do is get their best 11 on the field, they're not necessarily trying to put guys in the optimal position for their skill sets. They're just trying to get their best 11 athletes on the field at the same time. And I just think playing next to Trey Hendrickson, man, and Reader, I think Newton will go crazy, man. I think he'd be insane.
Yeah, like you said, he got to be used correctly in the right way, that 3-tech. And I got it right here in my notes. When I watched him last year, I said something's missing sometimes because he doesn't consistently dominate. You'll see him with one rep where he dominates, and then the next rep he's not dominating, and sometimes he's just easy to block at times.
Right.
The tape that I've seen. So
D-Kid's point. That's D-Kid's point, man.
Yeah, it just consistency.
That might be
consistency.
It. Yeah. You have to be confident. You got to be confident that you can tap into that. You got to be confident you can tap into that because the talent's there. I don't think it's a question about talent. So DK, I mean, he makes a good point there. There is a question of motor, and why is it that the consistency isn't there? You got to kind of get down to the bottom of that.
Yeah. I said tenacity from snap to snap, not consistent. I got it right here in my notes. So yeah, I'm with D-Kid on that. But man, when it looks good, it's great, man. And like you said, if you put him inside a defense with guys already around him that's proven, like Trey Hendrickson in the Bengals scenario, he could go off. He could go off right there.
I'm a big fan of Chris Jenkins, D-Kid, and I understand your point. If you want to pivot, this is the year to pivot. This is the year to pivot because we've seen a couple lean classes in terms of interior defensive linemen. This class has them. This class absolutely has them. So I understand your point.
Yeah,
like I said, like you got Dorless, you got your boy Murphy, you got a lot of guys. You got a lot of guys.
Texas. Mm-hmm.
So I'm telling you, there's a ton of them. Like I said, I want to see Johnny Newton play in a system where he is one gapping, right? Ultimately, there still may be an issue associated with the motor, but I think that the best situation for him is in a scheme in which he can one gap.
Yep, that's another guy right there that we want to see one gapping right there. LT3 Lawrence. Leonard Ted,
you can make the same claim with him, D-Kid. You can make the same claim in terms of where's the consistency, where's the consistent motor or tenacity with respect to him. Hell, they had LT playing over the center. They had him as a 1-0 tech. You know what I'm saying? And that's not. I mean, again, it's a matter of getting your best 11 on the field there, right? That's not his home.
Oh yeah, another interior D tackle that actually came out from Ohio State, Michael Hall Jr.
Michael Hall,
he's another guy
so he went back. Yeah, he's not a 3-tech, but yeah, he went
play.
back. But Michael Hall, no, I'm talking about Michael Hall. I was talking about Williams.
Oh, okay,
he went back. Yeah. All right, where do we stand with this one?
Oh, it's tied up right now. Mims and Brian Thomas Jr. So we've got to break the tie. The Bengals. So this is the same conversation before. Do they get the wide receiver, the offensive tackle?
Chicken or
Chicken
egg?
and egg. Yeah,
I
and
think
they
it's
got
time for
Jamar
the. I
Chase.
think it's time to get the tackle, bro. I think it's
Let's
time to
hit the
get the
tackle.
tackle.
All right, we're going to Marius Mims to the Cincinnati Bengals.
All right, that takes us to Green Bay. What you saying, Jake? You need a corner, so let's add Wiggins and Kool-Aid.
All right.
You need a safety too. We can add Latham.
So we're going J.C. Latham, Kool-Aid.
Now let's put Johnny Newton on there for the hell of it.
McKinstry. Zerjean. Newton. And who's the other guy? Nate Wiggins, right?
Yep. Yeah. I'm with you right here, John. The depth, the depth is at receiver, and this was the argument with respect to the Falcons selection, right? I think really the decision is, we consider Roma Dunze among the very best receivers in this class, despite the fact that there's more depth at the receiver position than edge. But ultimately, we went Latu there.
All right, here's the poll, man. What should the Packers do? Go get J.C. Latham, shore up that offensive line, Nate Wiggins, Kool-Aid McKinstry at the corner position, or Big Zerjean Newton, interior defensive line?
You know how I feel about Nate Wiggins. I'm a fan. I'm a fan of
Mm-hmm.
Nate Wiggins. You've mentioned best zone corner in this particular class. I just like the development. I'm encouraged by the development. I think there's some physical traits there that you can't teach as far as his length and his ability to find the football in coverage. Physicality was a concern when he came in. He played, I think, immediately. I think he played as a true freshman, if I'm not mistaken. Physicality was a concern, but he's a much more physical. He's playing with a different mentality this past season. So I think he's turned the corner there. I think his best football is still ahead of him.
Yeah, I agree. I love how he plays the ball in the air. I love his size. Just he's very instinctive too. To come down, trigger downhill, and hit also. I think he's a first round talent all day. All right, the poll has J.C. Latham to the Green Bay Packers. Man, we're gonna go with J.C. Latham. 43% of the votes. Wasn't that close? Number 2 came in Nate Wiggins at 29%. So we're gonna go Latham to Green Bay.
All right, so Latham and Zach Tom are your bookends there. I know Jake, obviously very plugged into the Green Bay Packers. Check out Jake's channel. You need anything Green Bay related, and certainly his NFL draft coverage is really good as well. But
No, I
as
agree with
far as the
Jake on that.
archetype, the
Yeah, I agree
archetype,
with
JC
Jake.
Latham doesn't necessarily fit this regime's their archetype for offensive tackle. But this is a viewer control mock draft, right? We don't get to make that decision. You understand? So Drew's Bucks are on the clock. Drew, or rather D Kit, is indicated that we should give the Bucks Lab McConkey.
Oh man. So the Bucks, man, what we thinking here? I know Drew's been wanting
Let's
a
see.
safety.
Definitely put Fautanu on there. I think you can add Graham Barton.
Okay.
Let's put Cam Kitchens on there.
Troy Tanu.
Your boy's still out there, huh? Chop
Robinson, yeah.
You got Chop and Braylon Trice. I would say Chop and Braylon Trice. So maybe one of those offensive linemen and then the two edges.
Okay. So I got Braylon Trice, Troy Tanu, Chop Robinson, and Cam Kitchens.
Mm-hmm.
Kitchens, K-I-N, right?
Yeah.
Let's see. All right.
Kin Chins.
Kitchens. All right, the poll is up. What should the Buccaneers do here with the 20th pick in the draft? We got the edges, Braylon Trice, and my guy, Chot Robinson, Troy Fautanu, and Cam Kitchens.
I actually don't disagree with you, John. But considering the contract extensions that both the starting corners got, I know there were some injuries this year. You can never have enough of those guys. So I agree with you. I think Kool-Aid probably should have been part of this mix, but we'll focus on the line of scrimmage here and then safety.
Yeah, Chot Robinson, man. I really love the tape this year, man. The burst off the line. I love how they utilize him too, man. They line him up over the guard and the center. This is new age football right now. What Micah Parsons and those guys are doing. Just get your best pass rusher all over the defensive line, rushing from anywhere on the field, and he just bends. The bending ability. He's one of the top of the class, just bending and getting to the quarterback around the edge. Some teams are not going to like him because of the size. They might not have him on his board. He's not as big as some teams would like, but I think a coach like Todd Bowles would definitely know what to do with Chot Robinson.
All right.
All right. So yep, Chop is winning by a landslide. So we can end the poll right now. He has 71% of the votes. I think Drew will be very happy right there with Chot Robinson to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
All right, that takes us to Arizona, and of course, this team could stand to get better, literally at just about every position. So let's do that. Let's add Johnny Newton, Nate Wiggins, Kool-Aid, and who else? Who else should be in the mix here? Probably add Braylon Trice. Go with Braylon Trice as well.
Who did they get in first? Did they have an earlier pick?
Yeah, they got Malik Neighbors.
Okay, so
first receiver off the board, by the way. First receiver off the board. Man, listen. I would grin ear to ear, man. Malik Neighbors. And when it's all said and done, Malik Neighbors was the first receiver off the board, bro. I would be grinning ear to ear.
All right, the poll is up. What should the Cardinals do here? We got all defensive players right here. Jerjon Newton, the interior defensive line. We got the two corners, Nate Wiggins, Kool-Aid McKinstry. And we got the power edge, man, Braylon Trice. Man, Braylon Trice, he had a big he kind of was quiet in the national championship game. They held them in check. Michigan offensive line did, but against Texas, man, he dominated that game on the defensive side of the football. Just the speed, the power, the strength, the physicality. I love when they use him in games up front, stunts. TE stunts up front, man, and he get to rush against those interior guys. It just has so much burst. It's like a power burst that Braylon Trice has, man. And he always gets to the quarterback too, because he doesn't have the big sack numbers, but total pressures, quarterback hits. He's at one of the top in his class in those categories. That's my thing, kid.
I think under different circumstances, I could get more behind this. I know how Headley feels about this. He's all for it. But I just think you have so many other needs with Johnson and Humphreys under contract. I don't know that you necessarily need to prioritize that, considering all the other areas that you need to address. But I could get behind it if depending on how they treat things via free agency and eliminate some of those needs or whatever. I could potentially get behind this. And John, again, Malik Neighbors to Arizona at the top. First receiver off the board.
Yeah, we've been talking about this Jake Lizzie, but Troy Fautanu, he'll be elite guard in the NFL. I like him at tackle, man. I watched the tape against a lot of those Pac-12 teams, and the movement ability, the way he uses his hands, his feet, they move in unison. I think the weakness in his game is actually power. When I watched him against Dorless got him in the bull rush a couple times. So moving him inside, I just don't know. I think he's pretty good on the inside, but I think his optimal position is tackle. And it kind of reminds me when I watched Isaiah Wynn. Remember when we watched Isaiah Wynn from Georgia?
Yeah.
Where it was the arm length was like, hey, we got to move him inside.
Mm-hmm.
But just how he does with those pass reps on the outside and the speed in his feet, I thought he was a tackle as well. Yeah, that's true.
They don't hear you though, DK. They don't hear you.
True.
I can appreciate our viewers though. Our viewers seem to be tapped in the Doorless, but a lot of people are sleeping on Brandon Doorless, man. They sleeping on him. I have a sneaky suspicion things will change after Mobile though. He accepted his invite. I expect him to be there, so I have a sneaky suspicion that changes. But yeah, people still sleep. They still sleep. All right, what the poll's saying?
We got big Jerjon Newton finally coming off the board to the Arizona Cardinals. 60% of the votes.
Okay. Significant majority there for Johnny Newton. Hopefully Gannon can deploy him in a manner that allows him to do what he does best, which is get upfield.
Who's next on the board here?
Oh yeah, that wasn't even fair, D Kid. That wasn't fair.
Yeah, Colorado online.
The Rams.
Rams.
I think you want to add those top two corners there.
Yeah, in the corner.
Fautanu, definitely.
Troy.
And what else?
The corners is Nate Wiggins and Kool-Aid, right?
Yep.
You want to add Brennan Trice again?
Go Trice? Yeah, let's go Trice again. JT going back to school. Everybody from Ohio State going back to school except for Michael Hall and Marvin Harrison Jr. Oh, D-Kid, I like that name. I do. Let me think about it. We'll add another poll up. Yeah, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. That's a good name, though, D-Kid. That's a good name.
What should the Rams do? I got the poll up right here. Troy Fautanu. He's falling down a little bit in the board right here. You know what I always say, the West Coast thing, man. We got Nate Wiggins and Kool-Aid McKinstry, the corners, and Brennan Trice from Washington. Two Washington guys up here, huh?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I thought we would see Fautanu off the board before JC Latham. I thought we would, but I to your point, I think, especially if you weren't keyed in and you just kind of, were watching the national championship and how that Washington offensive line looked overmatched. Fautanu probably gets lumped in with that a little bit, right? And then of course, Latham, SEC, playing for Bama, perennial powerhouse. I get it from that perspective. I think to Jake's point, though, the landing spot in Green Bay isn't ideal in terms of the archetype, the skill set that Latham offers versus what the Packers want their tackles to do. With all that being said, I think Latham is a first round pick in this particular draft class.
Yeah, I think so too. All right, right now, Troy Fautanu leading the way. Oh, just tied up. Oh, now it's going back and forth now. It's a battle with Fautanu and Nate Wiggins to the Los Angeles Rams.
Yeah, I'm with you right here.
Yeah, that's crazy, right? These two position groups, I think, offensive line for the Rams and corner. I think those are the two biggest needs for the Rams right now. So either of those guys will be great additions to this team. Okay, Wiggins should have gone 19. Oh, to Green Bay. Yeah, I like him over there in Green Bay. I wonder what's my boy Jair doing, man.
Jair, man,
for the coin toss, man.
You know how Jair do it?
Yeah. He's been battling a lot of injuries as well.
Yeah. I want him to get healthy because people acting like Jair ain't that guy, bro. Acting like he ain't that guy, man. I really do want him to get healthy.
They forgot already. You know who they not talking about as much either? Your other guy, man. PS2, Sertan. You're not talking about him no more. I looked at the All-Pro team. I was like, Sauce All-Pro first team, man. Yet again.
I think PS2 had a better season start to finish. But there was a valley in PS2's play, right? I think Sauce didn't have that what the hell's going on type of game, and PS2 had one of those games. He had a game where he was just getting done. You know what I mean? But
yeah,
who
was getting them? It wasn't Devontae. Was it Devontae Adams' game?
I think it may have been Adams.
Was it Adams?
I don't know if it was. I can't remember exactly who it was. Yeah, but there was one particular game he was getting got, and I don't think Sauce had a game quite like that. But week in, week out, give me PS2, bro. Give me him.
Yeah, I love PS2.
He don't have Sauce's pass rush. I know. I mean, Sauce ain't far behind, but PS2 is my guy, bro. That's my guy.
I want to change my pick to Wiggins Trice. All right. So in that case, Mr. C. Prasky will allow it, and we're going to go Nate Wiggins to the LA Rams.
All right. Wig to the Rams. That puts Pittsburgh Steelers surging behind Mason Rudolph on the clock here.
Can you believe the Steelers made the playoffs?
Bro, it's Mike Tomlin,
bro. Come on. Mike. Yo, you got something, man.
Hey, Mike Tomlin is like, I don't know, man. He's like new age Rasputin Wayne Fonts, bro. Like, just somehow, some way, bro. Like, it's wild.
He got to the playoff of Mason Rudolph, Mitchell Trubisky, your boy Kenny, our boy. I ain't gonna put you all on the ledge by yourself. Our boy Kenny. I'm about to disown him, man. You about
to cut the cord. You about to cut the cord.
Yeah,
man. I'm not ready. I'm not ready to quit him just yet, man. I'm ready to get. I'm giving one more crack. One more crack at it.
All right, so we're gonna go with what? Kool-Aid right here.
Sure. Kool-Aid for sure.
For the Steelers, we got to get him on maybe a tackle.
Yes, definitely.
Who's on the board?
Fautanu,
Troy
for sure.
Let's go Troy.
Yeah,
we like him at tackle.
Put Kingsley or Jordan Morgan, one of those two, in this.
I went back and watched some Kingsley tape. Yeah. I liked him more the season before at right tackle. I got to watch even more because I watched like 2 games this season. He just wasn't moving the same to me on the left side for some reason. So I got to dig into it a little more. But I'll put Kingsley up there. Kingsley,
and I would add Brian Thomas Jr. as well. I don't know that Mike Tomlin has the patience for both Deontay Johnson and George Pickens. Obviously, both very talented. But I would add Brian Thomas. I think Deontay Johnson, his contract is set to expire.
Can you help me with Kingsley's last name? Can you put him up? I know it's Sal.
Yeah. There you go. SUAMATAIA.
They got him way down there.
Yeah. PFF is substantially lower on
All right. What should the Steelers do, man? Kool-Aid McKinstry, man. They need a corner. Troy Fautanu and Kingsley Su'Mata'i. Or Brian Thomas Jr., wide receiver. If they had to move off for one of those guys, it'd probably be Deontay, right?
Yeah.
Because Pickens still on that rookie deal.
Exactly.
I don't know, man. I don't know something with I know it's Mike Tomlin, but it's something going on with the wide receiver culture over there, where those guys they lose it.
Mr. C. Brasky, man, Highsmith be doing his thing, man. Highsmith is the guy. Plus they got Herbig. Herbig's in the wings too.
Yeah, Nick. Yeah, yeah. They're good at edge. Yeah. Maybe interior defensive line. I know they got
Cam
Benton,
Hayward.
But Hayward's getting a little
Benton
older.
is a beast, but the 5 tech is getting older. Cam Hayward is getting older, so that's an area. But I think they would address that day too. To be honest with you. Yeah, the Steelers, man. Mike Tomlin with his 9 lives. That's crazy though, man. I'll be because we've been real critical of the way they've let the roster deteriorate and some of the decisions, not prioritizing the offensive line and going skill position a bit too often. They have kind of had a revolving door at the corner position. Of course, they got Joey Porter Jr., who I thought should have been a first-round pick. I don't think there were 31 better players than him in last year's draft. I don't know, team forfeited their pick. But they got him, and I think it was Jake who mentioned, or was it D Kid who mentioned the top corners, in the league top cover corners, man. Joey Porter Jr. gonna be right up there. Give it a little time. He's gonna ascend very quickly.
Who's the other corners that came out? I know I didn't have him at number. Oh, my boy Christian Gonzalez, he got hurt. He was our top.
Well, I mean, Gonzalez was our top across the board, bro. He was, and then you got Spoon. Devin Witherspoon.
Spoon. Yep,
Spoon.
those two
But
guys are beasts
Joey Porter
also.
was either 2 or 3 for us. He was either 2 or 3. Definitely didn't have
Yeah,
Forbes over
right
him,
there.
bro.
We didn't have Forbes. I like Forbes' ability in zone and
Yeah, scheme.
reading the
Scheme
football,
specific.
but
Scheme
you got to put him in
specific.
the right scheme. All right, we got Kool-Aid. It's a runaway, man. Kool-Aid McKinstry to the Pittsburgh Steelers. Get younger at corner. Add him with Joey Porter Jr. You can move your boy to safety. He's been playing pretty decent there at safety.
Pat Pete. Yeah.
Pat Pete. Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Fins, Fautano, Graham Barton for sure. Where else do you go if you're Miami? I think
They got them edges just got hurt, man.
They did just get hurt. So Trice.
Yeah. Both their edges
Dorless.
went
Add
down.
Dorless. Add Dorless. Do it.
Brandon.
Add
Let's do
Dorless.
it. And then Graham Barton. So we're going trenches for the Dolphins. Let's go.
Yeah.
What should the Dolphins do?
You heard about the forecast tomorrow?
Oh, the coldest game ever in the NFL history?
Bruh.
Bruh. I don't think Miami got a chance in that game.
I don't think so either, bro.
Unless A-Chain go crazy. I think
right. The running game.
The running game
has to. It's the running game has to get busy. You got to get busy.
They got to go crazy because I don't think Tua is going to be able to hold up.
They're not built for it. They're not built for it, man. Unless, like you said, they get the running game going. A-Chan do his thing. Like, yeah, man, it sucks. It sucks, bro.
And they got a lot of injuries too. Dolphins got a lot of injuries also.
Really banged up. Yeah.
Yeah, I like the Chiefs tomorrow. I think they're 4.5 favorites last time I saw. What are you talking about? Highsmith versus who?
Just in general, because
I think Highsmith had a bet.
Thinking about edge to Pittsburgh, and I echo Jake's sentiment. Jake clearly has the numbers here, but it can, his productivity, his impact on the game can get lost if you place too much emphasis on the traditional box score numbers, right? Because of course TJ Watt is getting all the sacks. You know what I'm saying? That's just how that goes.
John, if they had Chubb and boy Jalen Phillips, I think they have a better chance.
Game. It's a different
game. But with those injuries, I think Mahomes is going to be able to navigate enough and get the ball to Kelsey and those guys to win that football game. I think Pacheco is going to be really big for them also in that cold.
And I think to your point, the cold is going to neutralize the passing game for Miami. In some form or manner, it's going to neutralize it. Whether they completely take the air out of the ball or they slow it down and neutralize them. And Kansas City has a good defense, bro. That has been the best part of that football team this year is the way that defense is played, and they're battle tested, right? They got a ton of experience playing, single elimination games. You know what I mean, over the last several seasons. So, Chris Jones seems to always make a play when it's needed. Trent McDuffie made the All-Pro team. I think it might have been second team, but he made the All-Pro team. Like, it's a good defense. Bolton is back healthy. It's a really good defense. So, it's gonna be tough. It's gonna be tough.
We got the Dolphins picking Troy Fautanu.
Right.
I think he would slide it on the interior. I think Miami likes their tackle, so I think he'll play guard for the Dolphins.
Which takes us to Philly, which is always an interesting pick. Braylon Trice. Let's add Braylon Trice. Brian Thomas. They've been looking for that third receiver, a guy who can stretch the field. Not to say that Smith and AJ Brown can't, but they're looking for a speed merchant.
You say Brian Thomas?
Brian Thomas.
Gotcha. Braylon Trice.
Let's go.
Jordan Morgan.
Let's go Kingsley.
Mm-hmm. Morgan was your guy.
I do like Morgan. I do like him.
I'm just gonna put Kingsley S, man. I think they know what's going on, man. I ain't spelling his name out again.
Oh man. Uh let's mix it up a little bit here. Let's add Troy Franklin.
All right, 2 receivers.
Mm-hmm.
You really think they'll go receiver first round?
No.
I don't think so either. But let's do it, man.
Oh, that corner is the Queen and Mitchell there. I know D Kid can get behind that, Jake. Yeah.
Slip. I can't change it now. All right, what should the Eagles do? Brian Thomas Jr., Brendan Trice, Kingsley, or Troy Franklin?
They got those young corners though. They got those young
Eli
corners.
Ricks, Keely Ringo.
Yeah, they got those young corners though.
Mm-hmm.
We go get Quinn in one of these polls here shortly in the first round.
Put him up there. Even though I like my boy Rakestraw, Enos Rakestraw, that's my guy. I think he got them hips, man. Hips don't lie with that guy.
Hips don't
He'll
lie.
come up and hit too. I like him over your boy Quinn Young. I know Quinn Young got the measurables, the physical traits, but I love Rakestraw's game.
Yeah, you know who else is a big fan of Rakestraw is your boy Daniel Jeremiah. He's a big fan of Rakestraw. Of course, he loves Quinn though because the traits oozing the traits. Mikey, yeah, Mikey made himself some more money, bro. I tried to tell y'all, man.
Nah, you
I tried to tell you about
I had to go to the tape. I got to go to the tape.
Back in summer scouting, bro. I tried to tell y'all about Mikey. That former receiver.
Yeah, Muhammad in the portal. I saw that.
Yeah. My boy Jabbar.
He probably going to Alabama, right? You think Alabama?
Man. He might follow his coach. He might
follow the coach, bro.
He might follow his coach.
They just lost 2 corners over there.
Jabbar for the play his way into the first round, man. I know you on it, D Kid. I'm not discounting you. I'm talking about Drew and Headley.
Yeah, I was late on him, but I watched the tape, man. He's a slot corner, man. He's gonna be right there. I love his movement ability, come in the box. He could do it all, man. He's a guy that you just say he's gonna play. He's like a plug and play nickel corner at the next level. Could play some safety also. Outside corner. He does a lot of different things.
Yeah.
He's all over the field.
Absolutely. I've mocked Cameron Kitchens to the Eagles. I think Byard has an additional year. Of course, he hasn't played phenomenally, but he has an additional year. But that Reed Blankenship is Sidney Brown, bro. Sidney Brown he got injured, but Sidney Brown is the answer opposite Byard. So I can understand why they may not necessarily go Kitchens here.
Did they Reed Blankenship too? He played well over there.
The coverage ain't.
I know. He played well. But I get you said for the future. You talking about the future.
Yeah.
All right, we got a tie with Brian Thomas Jr. and Brendan Trice. Got to break that tie, man. The viewers, man, hit the boat, hit the post.
Give it another 30 seconds, and then I'll break it.
I like Newman higher than Kitchens.
Yeah. I know some people do.
They're 2 different safeties.
Some people do.
But if you talk about all around skill set, maybe Newman, because I like Newman in the box coming down and hitting. I think Kitchens is a really good tackler, especially when he comes from deep towards the line of scrimmage. He could tackle, in space. But and Newman got the instincts. Newman has that instincts from the safety position, man. He reads the football really well. I think if Kitchens didn't have those plays, it's against Carolina both games. I saw it too, where he just gambled, man, and allowed a big play.
Yeah, he gambled against FSU this past year, man.
FSU also. The 2 games.
You know what's crazy on that play? He ended up making the tackle, bro. Yeah. He hawked whoever caught that ball. He hawked them down and made that tackle, bro. I don't think there's anything that Kitchens can't do, bro. Right? He's known for being a ball hawk. That's what we know him for. But I don't think there's anything he can't do. I think you just gotta, as the kid mentioned it, gets reckless. You gotta rein that part in.
Rein it in.
You gotta rein that part in, bro.
All right, we got Brendan Trice to the Eagles. Brendan Trice. Yeah. Let's go.
That's who the tiebreak was going to be. So let's go Brendan Trice there. KC needs a receiver desperately.
And a tackle.
they're viewed as a tackle, bro. Give me Kingsley, give me Morgan. Let's go Thomas and Franklin. Or you know what? Should it be Thomas and Franklin, Thomas and Leggett, Thomas and Coleman? What do you think?
You talking about the two receivers, the two next receivers?
Two receivers. Yeah, who's the two next receivers?
Thomas is on the board, you said?
Yep.
To me, it's Thomas and Coleman.
Okay, let's go with those two. John and D. Kit, Brian Thomas.
So we're going.
I'm a
Keon Coleman, Brian
I'm
Thomas
a Leggett guy.
Who's the other two guys?
Personally,
I missed the two guys. The tackles who you had? Jordan Morgan.
Bro, it don't sound like we need a poll on this one. It doesn't
right.
sound like we even need a poll. I think Brian Thomas is the guy.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's what I'm hearing.
Nah, we doing a poll, man. Jordan Morgan. And who's the other tackle?
Morgan Kingsley. Morgan and Kingsley.
Right. Gotta respect the process, man. We're going Brian Thomas Jr., Keon Coleman, Jordan Morgan, and Kingsley. If it gets out of hand, man, we'll call it early. They go Keon Coleman vote.
I think round two we'll limit it to 3 options. We'll limit it to 3 options in round 2.
All right, it's getting out of hand. It's Brian Thomas Jr., man. Y'all got it, man. Y'all got it.
Brian Thomas to Kansas City. I think the Chiefs faithful will be thrilled with that particular pick. That takes us to the Houston Texans, the CJ Stroud-led Houston Texans, division champs. Bro, that collapse by Jacksonville, bro.
Oof. Man, that's terrible.
Rough, bro.
That's terrible, bro.
My goodness.
Someone need to get fired over there.
I'm telling you.
Putting Brandon Dorless on this
I will suggest Dorless. I was definitely going to suggest Dorless, bro.
What else you want on here?
I know how you feel about the receiving room here in Houston, but there seems to be
everyone's talking about
desire about adding another receiver.
Yeah, I've seen that. We can do it. We can put it on there.
Let's add a receiver here. I'll defer to you. You said you added Dorless, right?
Mm-hmm.
You got Howard, Shaq Mason. Tunsil is a monster. I think you have his center. I think you're okay up front, but I like the idea of like a Graham Barton to this mix. I kind of like him. Let's put Graham Barton on the board. And then what do we have at edge?
I think Grenard, he might be towards the end of his contract.
No, it's expiring. It's expiring.
Yeah. So might be at the edge.
Let's go Braswell.
Chris?
Yeah.
All right, there it is. We got Dorless, Keon Coleman, Graham Barton, Chris Braswell. You think Braswell gets in the first round?
According to PFF, he gets in the first round. I don't know that he does. Maybe. What above all, man? What's going on, man? Yeah.
I just did some work on Max Melton too.
That makes sense.
Sandstrom. I did Cam Hart, Max Melton. I'm looking to these corners. I did Quincy Riley lately. But Max Melton, feisty corner. He loves to get his hands. He likes to get dirty. He got the inside-outside versatility. I think he really brings it as a nickel corner. He got good hips to mirror match wide receivers. Comes up in run support. I like his length and athleticism, versatility and zoner man. A lot of experience, man. He played 4 years also there for Rutgers. So, yeah, Max Melton's definitely a dude, man. Some of these later corners that I've been doing work on that I like, man. I like what I saw from Cam Hart from Notre Dame as well. Mikey Sandstrom from Michigan. We just talked about him earlier. Liked his game too. So, corners, they might not have one of those top 10 guys, but with the depth at corner with Arnold, Kool-Aid, and these Rakestraw, Quinion Mitchells, and TJ Tampa, D-Kiss bringing up Kalen Carson, another guy there. It's a lot of good corners, man. A lot of good corners in this class, man. You get a lot of good ones day 2.
Yeah, I think there's a scenario where you kick Titus Howard back out the right tackle. That's his his original position. I like Shaq Mason at right guard. I thought Tampa moving off of him was a mistake, but I know it was a money situation there. Denzel Burke going back to school, man. Literally everybody is going back to school at Ohio State except for Marvin Harrison Jr. and Michael Hall. Everybody else is going back to school.
Yep.
Grab that NIL, beat Michigan, try to win a championship. That's the idea. I mean, hell, Judkins transferred to Ohio State, and they got Trevion, bro.
Let me ask you a question.
With Will Howard.
I don't know if you remember this, man, but you remember who I picked to win the national championship at the beginning of the year? The very beginning of the season. You know who I picked?
You had Michigan, Washington.
I had Michigan winning it. I didn't.
You did have Michigan win it. You did have Michigan winning it.
I had Michigan winning the championship.
Yeah. Yeah.
Give myself some props on that.
Yeah.
Even though I was rooting for Washington in the game, I ain't gonna lie.
Right.
But I did have Michigan at the beginning of the year. We got Keon Coleman.
Okay.
Is the winner to the Texans. So everyone wants the receiver.
You got Nico and Coleman and Tank Dell.
Nico and Coleman. See, they're strong, that guy. You gotta go get him in fantasy with those weapons, bro.
See, I think best case scenario, Keon Coleman is Nico Collins in terms of what he's developed into. That's what I think. That's what I like
think. I like Nico Collins a lot.
I like Nico Collins a lot too.
So I like
Nico
that.
Collins was a 3rd round pick, bro. You know what I'm saying? So
because you know why he was at Michigan. He wasn't.
Yeah, he wasn't featured like that. He wasn't featured like that. Yeah. We saw him in Mobile though. He did his thing. All right, Keon Coleman. That takes us to Detroit. All right, defense.
Quinyon, they saying, man.
Quinyon. Let's put Quinyon in the mix. Let's put Dorless in the mix. I guess we could put another one of those interior guys. Byron Murphy, Chris Jenkins could be part of it. Leonard Taylor, probably all day 2 guys, but we could put one or more of those guys in it. And let's go another corner too. Let's go another corner.
My boy Rake.
Yeah, put him in there.
Rake Straw. Oh, I spelled that. I butchered his name. Rake Straw. So I got Quinyon, Dorless, Rake Straw. Who's the 4th guy?
Dorless, Rake Straw.
Leonard Taylor. Who's another guy?
Go with Chris Jenkins.
Chris Jenkins.
Local guy.
Detroit, local guy. I got you. All right. What should the Lions do here? Got the 28th pick in the draft. Got 2 corners on there, Quinyon Mitchell and it's Rake Straw Jr. And then we got Brandon Dorless and Chris Jenkins on the interior. So defense here for I forgot to mention my guy, man. Thanks for reminding me, man. Kamari Lassiter. That's another corner I like in this class also. So I like a lot of corners.
I was gonna suggest Lassiter, but you were Rake Straw. You said Rake Straw, bro.
Oh man, I like Lassiter too. I think he's a 1st round talent as well, man.
All right, let's see something. I want to see something here in Chris Braswell. What the measurements are.
Yeah, he's bigger, right? He's like 260.
$255-ish, 260.
255.
Yeah. About 255, yeah. What said D-Kid said I'm getting screwed. Come on, D-Kid.
Yeah, man. Yeah, we could call it now, man. Quinyon Mitchell. Detroit Lions.
I think Buffalo is in the market for a corner as well. So let's go Lassiter and Rake Straw. Let's add a receiver and then someone to the D line as well. So
yeah, they need Trench's help.
Dorless.
I think trenches is their biggest need. I know the receiver and corner is a need also, but to me, it's the trenches.
Let's go Dorless, Lassiter, your boy Rakestraw if you want, and then a receiver. Leggett,
Yeah, let's do it.
Tez, Adonai.
It's a lot of good receivers.
Mm.
Kamari. It's Kamari Lassiter, right?
Yeah.
And then who's the fourth guy? Which receiver you want to add?
Tez
Walker.
I like Leggett
Mitchell,
a lot.
Leggett.
I like Leggett a lot. Let's go with Adonai Mitchell though. Let's go with Adonai Mitchell.
All right.
Sorry, D Kid. Well, I think you're referring to Quignon. I think you're referring to Quignon on that one. But Tez here.
What should the Bills do? We got Adonai Mitchell. Yeah, I think Tez might go before Adonai Mitchell. We got Kamari Lassiter, Ennis Rakestraw, and Brandon Dorless to the Bills. What do you see from Dorless at the next level? What do you think? How teams will implement him?
Listen,
that's the biggest question with him.
Listen, let me tell you what's going to happen with Dorless, bro. You ready for this?
6'3", 290.
Bro. He's going to end up in Baltimore and be a star, bro.
That's insane. They're going to trade down two times.
He does everything well, bro. He does everything well. You know what I'm saying? It's not super sexy, right? He's not killing them with athleticism, but he just does everything at a high level, like literally from 3 to like 7.
Yeah,
3 tech, 4 5, 7. I'm sure he could line up over the center and give the center trouble. Put him at a wide 9 against some of these tackles, and I'm sure he'll make a play. Yeah, it's just he's so flexible, and sometimes we say jack of all trades, master of none type of deal. Yeah. I think he does everything at a high level, bro. It's not sexy. I think that's the thing about Dorless is that he's not sexy. Yeah, Jake. He's not the specimen that Calais was, because Calais
that was a monster.
305. He's not like that, but yes, in terms of the flexibility, Michael Bennett is a good name. Mr. C. Prasky, that type of player. Yes, just really good at football, bro. Just really, really good at football. Absolutely.
All right, man. Viewers, bro. We got a lot of viewers in here. Remember, this is a viewer-controlled mock draft. We need votes. Right now, Brandon Dorless and Adonai Mitchell is tied at 50% for the Buffalo Bills. So, I favor the trenches, but Adonai Mitchell just took the lead. Gabe Davis is probably not going to be in their future. I think he fumbled the bag over there in Buffalo. Stephon Diggs, temperamental.
I don't think Diggs going nowhere. He's not going nowhere though, bro.
I love Khalil Shakir at the slot for those boys, and Kincaid and Knox. They just need another big body over there to pair with Diggs. You don't want I'm about to ask if you don't want Diggs in Dallas.
I don't care.
I forgot, bro. It's a former Cowboys fan. I don't know if the viewers know about you.
They know. Big
Cowboys fan.
Drew likes to remind them, bro. I am a reformed Cowboy fan. I it was the best decision I ever made, man.
Best decision,
man. Yeah, man.
Less stress.
Yeah, man. It's too much. Wasn't good. Wasn't good for relationships. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Nah, man. Jerry Jones showed his ass one too many times for me, man. I'm off that. But you notice Jerry cleaning up his act, right? Trying to get his karma right? Got Jimmy in the Ring of Honor and stuff now. Buried the hatchet. You trying to get his get things aligned, make this run. You feel me?
Ever since that I ain't gonna bring it up. I was talking about that picture. Remember that picture dropped to Jerry? Trying to clean it up since then, man. Man was in that
man.
pic.
They say Jerry don't know how to act once he's on that Johnny Walker Blue, bro. They say he don't know how to act.
Oh man.
Yeah.
All right, we got Adonai Mitchell, man. That's the winner right here, going to the Buffalo Bills. They get a big play receiver on the outside.
I think there's gonna be a big groundswell for Adonai Mitchell, bro.
Yeah.
I think there's going to be a big groundswell for him. Yeah.
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
big. Yeah, he can run.
Yeah.
Underrated route running ability.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see it.
All right. Dallas is up. I think this is another team that people aren't talking about it because Diggs is coming back, but Stephon Gilmore is a little bit older. I'm not sure how long that contract is. It is. I think it was only a 1 year deal, maybe two. Got Bland, but I'm thinking about the third corner in Dallas,
Mm-hmm.
and then of course the offensive line. The offensive line is a question mark.
All right, so we're gonna throw Barton and Morgan.
Yeah, Barton and Morgan works. I'd add Kamari Lassiter to the mix.
All right.
And then let's stick with the Doorless theme, man.
Yeah, he didn't get drafted yet, huh?
Yeah, let's stick with Doorless.
I think I spelled Lassiter's name wrong. But it's all good.
You know how I feel about it, D Kit, but we'll let it breathe. We'll get Cooper in
Edrin
there.
Cooper.
Second
Yeah, I'm
round.
looking at. Yeah, I'm working on linebackers too right now, and I'm looking at a lot of different guys, and I still don't know who linebacker one is, man. I know it's
Still
been
trying to
a.
figure it out. Still trying to figure
Still
it
trying
out,
to
huh?
figure it out. It's been a Who's the guy that everyone's been talking about lately?
Peyton Wilson
Nah, not Peyton
or
Wilson.
Junior Colson.
Junior Colson, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The big linebacker
Mm-hmm.
from Michigan. Everyone's been talking about him maybe being linebacker one now. I like Eichenberg's tape,
Yeah.
but he doesn't have that athletic stuff that people like.
Well,
Jeremiah Trotter.
Eichenberg is coming out. That's right. That's right. He is
Yeah,
one of
he's a
those.
senior, I think,
He's a
right?
senior. Yeah, if I'm not mistaken.
Love Trotter's tape, but they don't like his athleticism. Edrin Cooper has the athleticism also. Junior Colson, big, one of those throwback linebackers. Love Peyton Wilson's tape, but he has those injury concerns as well. And
Mm-hmm.
I think the sleeper linebacker is from Notre Dame, man, Maurice Lufa. Lufa, how you pronounce that? Liufau. I like him, man. He's twitchy. They line him up everywhere over the edge. He can blitz from the second level. He's just a sideline linebacker. I think, sometimes he'll shy away from contact, but in this new era, his versatility to play in the passing game, yeah, I think he's a guy that's coming up the board as well from Notre Dame. Yeah. He's rising.
Yeah, John. I think
Leo
it's a distinct.
Fowl. Leo Fowl. Leo
I
Fowl.
think it's a legitimate possibility Cooper goes early day too. To your point, I think it's. I expect him to be the first linebacker off the board because I think he checks all the boxes. Right, the ability to play in the passing game, prototypical size, the athleticism, the traits that you're looking for at the position, and I think he has good instincts. He's always around the football. Maybe not to the level of a Jeremiah Trotter, for example, who doesn't necessarily check the boxes from an athleticism perspective, but he seems to know exactly where the football is going all the time. So, yeah, I think Cooper checks the boxes as it relates to second level defenders more so than
Oh,
anybody else in this class.
yeah, Cedric Gray, man. He's a guy we watched him last season. I think he diagnoses pretty well. He always finds his way to the football downhill. He can fight through blocks. But I think it's a passing game. I think he can be taking advantage in the passing game. Like I said, it's a league right now where they want their linebackers to be versatile, playing the passing game on third downs. And Cedric Gray, he could blitz the quarterback. He comes downhill hard, but I think he has to be in a certain kind of defense to succeed at the next level. So I don't know if he's going to be in the first two rounds. He might be
Coveted
late
like
day
that.
three.
Yeah.
Yeah, he might be day. Oh yeah, Tyron Hopper. Also watched him also because I was doing work on what's those guys? I was doing work on all those in Missouri. Yeah, all those Missouri
Mm-hmm.
guys. I like the defensive
Mm-hmm.
end from Missouri as well. I can't
Think
remember his
think
name
he's in
right
the
now.
Senior Bowl.
Number
Think,
six. Number
think
six
he's
for
at the
them
Senior
boys.
Bowl. Yep.
Yeah, but I've
Yep.
seen Hopper as well also, man. Number 8. He just kept on making plays. He kept on I was watching the other guys, but I keep seeing number 8 Hopper. He was just flying around the football field also. All right, man. Let's get back to these votes. Got Jordan Morgan, 50%. 50% leading the way.
All right, Jordan Morgan is the pick here. 2 more picks here in the first round. Definitely pick up the pace here in the second. It's getting late. San Francisco. Let's see. Corner for sure. Let's go Rakestraw, Lassiter, and O-line. I think it's as simple as that. So that means Kingsley and Graham Barton. I think Graham Barton would be a perfect fit here.
Oh yeah.
Perfect. Is Cedric Gray kind of TJ Edwards like? What do you think about that, Headley?
Cedric Gray?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know. Even TJ Edwards might be better in the passing game than Cedric Gray. I don't know. He's a power linebacker to me, Cedric Gray.
Yeah, I think Cedric Gray needs to be an inside linebacker in a 3-4 alignment.
Yeah, I can see him there.
I think that's what Cedric, and I want Cedric Gray attacking. I want him attacking. So I think there's some scheme limitations associated with Cedric Gray. I think TJ Edwards gives you a better 3-down profile. Not elite. TJ Edwards is not elite as a 3-down backer, but very good football player though. Good football player.
So who's the guys here? Graham Barton.
Graham Barton, Kingsley, Lassiter, Rakestraw.
Okay, I got you. There we go. Poll is up. Got the corners and the trenches, offensive line for the 49ers. Yeah, I think 49ers need offensive line in the worst way. You got that beast out there. The best offensive lineman in the league, Trent Williams. He's been doing it for some time now, man. He's been dominant for a long time.
Trent Williams different, bro.
But I think they need a guy on the other side as well.
Yeah. McGlinchey going on to Denver. Tackle is a need, but I think there's several positions along that offensive line they could stand to improve.
What do you think about that right there, Juice? Okay, I know we were talking a little bit about Toto, but he played well in Houston, right?
Yeah, I thought he played better than anticipated. Who's actually shown me something here recently, last few weeks? Christian Harris, another Alabama linebacker. He seems like he's taken a step, right? He's playing faster in his second year. So I wonder, especially with a coach like D'Amico Ryans, a linebacker of trade, coaching those guys up. He's a Crimson Tide, alum, played for the Tide as well. So maybe they're just taking to that coaching and really playing well. You know what I mean? But yeah. Both players kind of exceeded my expectations this season in their play. Whether or not they're good there, whether or not they feel comfortable with that group moving forward, because I imagine they'll move on for Denzel Perriman. He's obviously long in the tooth, and injuries have always been a concern with him. So it'll be interesting to see what the Texans do. Yeah, I think the focus will probably be on getting a guy so. The Texans strike me as a team that could be in the Brian Burns market. They could re-up with Jonathan Grenard and then focus on the interior, get aggressive, go get a Johnny Newton, maybe a Devondre Sweat. You know what I'm saying? I think all those are distinct possibilities. Brandon Dorless would look great in that in any uniform, really. I think he would fit with the Texans in terms of a number of things. He could do a number of things. He could be your 3 technique. He could play, your 4-3 edge for you. It all works there. So I think they focus on what's up front, or even address the secondary before they address the second level. The second level would be a day 2, day 3 thing. That's typically how that position is valued as is. But D'Amico Ryans, I feel like I got my guys in house already. It's about keeping them clean and letting those guys flow and make plays.
We got Graham Barton going to the 49ers.
Yeah, this one doesn't surprise me at all. Graham Barton to the Niners. Excellent pick. And for our last selection here, we got the Baltimore Ravens. Let's go with Dorless once again. Give me Kamari Lassiter, and give me 2 receivers. Give me Leggett and Tez Walker.
All right.
John Don said Byron Murphy. You want to put Byron Murphy on there?
We'll stick with the two receivers.
Let's say with the two receivers. All right.
Yeah, even though Murphy is flying up the board, man.
Yeah. Yeah, he could break through. He could break through. I wouldn't be shocked if he went before Sweat.
Dorless. All
I
right.
wouldn't be surprised about that.
Ravens, we got Brandon Dorless, Kamari Lassiter, Xavier Legette, and Tez Walker.
So Clowney has a career year,
Oh
right?
yeah, he didn't get that money. Was it him that got the money?
Did they extend him?
No, I'm talking about he got that sack to get his.
Yeah.
Right?
The incentive kicked in.
The
Yeah.
incentive sack.
The
Yeah.
incentive kicked in. Owe showed life this year. Owe showed some life. I still think he got a long way to go, but he definitely showed some life. The guy, you know how I feel about Travis Jones. He's gonna be a bigger part of this defense moving forward. The guy is Matabike.
Mm-hmm.
That's the
he
guy.
Stepped up, double-digit sacks.
But here's the and he's been on that trajectory, right? The last couple of years he's been really good, and this year, it all came together. But it's also a contract year, so this is why I think, depending on what that contract figure looks like, the Ravens do a great job of identifying talent and developing it. You understand what I'm saying? So this is part of the reason why I said what I said about Dorless. This is drop Dorless in there, rinse and repeat.
Yeah. Well, right now it's a tie. Dorless and Legette. They do need a receiver also to go along with Zay Flowers. See Mark Andrews coming back for the playoffs.
I wanna. Yeah, he is. Yeah, they designated him to return from IR. You know how I feel about that whole two tight end situation, though. They should be playing
likely more on the field.
More 12 personnel, bro. It really should be more 12 personnel because Likely's too good. He's too good to keep off the field, right? And what do you do with Likely and Andrews, bro? Mm-hmm. Defensively, what do you do with both of them on the field?
It's a matchup nightmare.
You know what I'm saying? Like it doesn't make any sense. I think Tom Monken need to figure out. I mean, Tom Monken's been terrific. I don't need to tell Tom Monken anything. He's been great wherever he's been, right? Back-to-back national championships at Georgia with Brock Bowers putting up historic numbers at the tight end position, and then another MVP season for Lamar. The offense looks completely different this year, despite some injuries. So
yeah, I'm proud of Lamar, man. What Lamar has done. They had a lot of doubters. Should he get the money? But he just put up another MVP season in a different system.
Lamar is that guy, bro. Lamar is that guy, bro. Absolutely. But yeah, I like Dorless here a lot.
Dorless won the poll, man.
I like Xavier Legette too.
Someone just broke the tie, man. So we're going Brandon Dorless here.
Dorless,
Baltimore Ravens.
Yep. All right. I want to encourage everybody to check out that video we did regarding the receiver 2 position, and I'm sure if you've been on this particular broadcast, you know kind of who we feel is receiver 2 in that receiver 2 conversation. But it gives you a little bit more insight in terms of our evaluation of about 4 different players who could be considered for the receiver 2 at that time. This is early November, but I really do recommend checking that video out on the channel. It was a really good video, really great conversation. A lot of insight there. All right, so Dorless is the pick. I love it. That takes us to Carolina, second round, and Headley, we'll go to 3 options here. Save us a little time. We know how difficult it's been for the Carolina Panthers and Young, their quarterback. They need to be able to protect him. We're not anticipating Brian Burns being back, and they really need somebody to throw the football to. So a lot of different options here, a lot of different directions we could go in. Let's address receiver first. We got Tez Walker, Xavier Legette. I think those are the top 2.
Okay,
should both be in consideration. I know Braswell's the guy, but I think we could maybe wait on edge here. And then let's go at tackle. Give me Kingsley. Mm-hmm. And
that's 3 right there. You said Tez, Legette, and Kingsley?
That's it right there. Mm-hmm.
All right. Oh, I added a 4th option by accident.
I tend to agree with you, and John, that's an interesting point. I think there's some validity to this. Feeling Carolina needs a slightly more pro ready receiver than Tez to close that gap, right? But as D Kit mentioned, Tez is dynamic, man. You might just roll the dice on him. So I think there's some credence. There's some credence to that, though. That Tez may not necessarily be ready to hit the ground running, but when he does, boy, gonna be a problem. We got New England up. Let me work through this first round real quick, and then we'll call it on the Panthers selection. So, in our viewer control mock draft, this is the second one of the cycle. The viewers decided that we needed to change our quarterback here in Chicago. Went with Caleb Williams. Speaking of which, I think we really need to have the conversation around Justin Fields at this point. It's the second round. He's still on the Bears roster to this point. Jaden Daniels was the second quarterback selected, went to Washington, followed by Drake May. Malik Neighbors, a little bit of a surprise here, the first receiver off the board, followed by Marvin Harrison to the Chargers, Olu Fashanu to the Giants, Joe Alt to Tennessee. Latu was the first defender off the board to Atlanta, followed by Roma Dunze. So the Bears bring in Caleb Williams and Dunze to pair it with DJ Moore, Cole Kmet. Michael Penix, the Raiders actually trade up to the 10th spot to go Michael Penix. Of course, he's coming off a very difficult performance, very, very underwhelming performance here in the national championship, but we're going to go with the body of work. Jared Verse to Minnesota to replace Daniil Hunter. Brock Bowers slides to the Broncos. I think the Broncos faithful should be excited. Talise Fuaga to help out an ailing offensive line in New York. Dallas Turner, the power edge to New Orleans. Terrion Arnold, another Bama player here to the Colts, saw that cornerback position. Big Tavondre Sweat to the Seattle Seahawks. Of course, they need somebody to pave the way for whoever is going to be playing linebacker. I don't think they have any linebackers under contract. Cooper DeJean, obviously the versatility is well documented to help out an ailing Jaguars defense. I made a mention. I was messaging you in Drew in our chat, and I said something to the effect of the Jaguars are a very talented football team that isn't good at anything. Like there's nothing that they can hang their hat on, right? They lack an identity. You understand what I'm saying? So they got to get that figured out. And Marius Mims to the Bengals. We want to keep Joe Burrow upright. JC Latham, a little bit of a surprise here. Not the position, but the player in terms of the fit. But I believe the viewers thought he was the best of what remained at tackle. Chop Robinson to the Bucks. Johnny Newton to the Cardinals. That's the second of 2 first-round selections. Nate Wiggins, Kool-Aid McKinstry, back-to-back Rams, Steelers, respectively. Troy Fautanu to the Dolphins. I think that really solidifies their offensive line. They may need a center. They may still need a center, but he's going to play guard. Braylon Trice to the Eagles, continue to add depth to the defense. Brian Thomas comes in, and hopefully that resolves your receiver concerns here in Kansas City. Keon Coleman to the Texans. This is one of those where I know you have been pretty adamant about the fact that receiver room is good just the way it is. But there seems to be a groundswell for adding a receiver to the mix in Houston. Quinion Mitchell to Detroit. They're hurting that corner. So Mitchell comes in and helps solidify that defense for Aaron Glenn. Adonai Mitchell to replace Gabe Davis. Jordan Morgan. I'm not sure. I assume we're going to place him where Tyron Smith is. If you're so inclined, you can kick Tyler Smith out to tackle and move Morgan to guard. So you got a little flexibility there. Graham Barton is a terrific pick here for the 49ers. And of course, we've gushed about Brandon Dorless here to the Ravens. You know how we feel about Dorless. All right.
Kingsley to the Panthers. Yep.
Kingsley's the pick. And I get this. I get this because, again, if we're talking about depth of position, it makes sense. And now you can potentially move Ike Ekwonu into guard, and you might actually have a competent group up front now here in Carolina. So Kingsley is the pick out of BYU.
Patriots on the clock. Who did they get in the first round? We got him a quarterback, the Patriots?
Yeah. Drake May.
Okay. Get him some weapons.
Yeah. And get his guy, Tez Walker. Xavier Legette.
Then you want to add Troy? Do all receivers? Or you want to add
No, I would go Braswell. I would probably add a Braswell.
Braswell. That's it. Well, Belichick won't be there, but
typically
that's
that
who
would
he would
be
go grab.
absolutely.
All right, poll is up. We got the receivers and Chris Braswell.
I think Mingo can develop into a nice tertiary option. I saw he struggled. He struggled out the gate, but I thought he improved as the season went along. Certainly in these latter months, he kind of broke through that rookie wall and started to understand what he was supposed to do. So he started playing faster. So I think Mingo is a nice third option in the passing game. When it's all said and done, they need more weapons. But I think Mingo is part of the solution. I do think he's part of the solution.
All right, it's the battle between Tez Walker and Xavier Legette. Oh, Legette just took the lead right there. Give it a couple more.
I hear you, Hunter. I hear you on that one.
Oh, for the Cowboys.
Mm-hmm.
We got him a tackle, right?
Yeah. Went with Jordan Morgan, and Hunter's referencing what you can do. There's some flexibility there. It seems like he's a little bit higher on Kingsley though, and I understand.
All right, let's end it right there. Xavier Legette to the New England Patriots.
That's my guy, man. I again for all of you here, we appreciate you. Do us a favor, man. Check out that video. It's titled "Who is Receiver 2?" Right? Check that out. We did it back in November. It's a really great video, a lot of detail there. We really go in depth in terms of the 2 through 5 effectively. Of course, we're trying to make the case for all of those players as receiver 2, but effectively 2 through 5 at that time. All right, so Xavier Legette is the pick.
So the Cardinals on the clock next. Is this their third pick or?
It is their third pick. It is their third pick. The first two were Neighbors and Johnny Newton.
Okay, so we got a receiver and a defensive tackle.
So they could go. I think edge is certainly a Braswell is in the conversation.
All right.
If you wanted to get that tackle, if you still felt strongly about it, you certainly could address a Kieran Tyler
Patrick Paul.
Mm-hmm. Corner, bro. Lassiter's still out there. Rakestraw's still out there.
All right, let's do Lassiter and Lakestraw.
Yeah. And then safety too. Safety while you're at it.
Oh, we only can do 3 though.
Yeah, we're fine. We're fine. I'm just saying in terms of the direction Arizona could go in. There's a lot. There's a lot of directions they can go in.
So we got Chris Braswell, Kamari Lassiter, English Rakestraw. There's a lot of, like you said, there's a lot of different plays Arizona could do to shore up that defense. They could go back end, corner, or like you said, the defensive line, right?
Yeah.
Chris Braswell.
They can go back to it. Yeah, Mr. C. Prasky, I'm a big Cam Kitchens guy, right? And you got the Tyler Nubins out there. I think that's definitely part of the conversation. They were considering trading Baker, and they didn't. Should have just traded Budda Baker, bro.
Yeah.
Unless you were aiming to mend those fences, and you felt that Budda Baker was part of the solution for this turnaround. I imagine Baker played his whole career there. He wants to, get out there, play for a different team. A team that's ready to win now, that type of thing. So get some draft capital for him. He might be on the move. I'm not sure. I'm not sure about the contract situation. I'm not sure if it's expiring or not.
They do got 2 young corners in Keitrell Clark and Garrett Williams.
Yeah, Williams. They do.
But both on the smaller side. Yeah, they need more. They add another one. Yeah, we could end it right here, man. Lassiter, Kamari Lassiter, 100% of the votes.
Wow.
Yeah.
So we
that's the
sleeping on Kamari. Yeah. So Kingsley, Xavier Legette, Kamari Lassiter are your first three selections here in the second round. That takes us to Washington. Washington actually has the 36th and the 40th picks here in the second round. So let's consider Braswell here. Your guy Rakestraw. Let's bring Rakestraw into the fold. Let's go Cam Kitchens as well. And somebody, I forget who it was exactly, but someone did mention Edgerrin Cooper. I think we got three spots here, right?
Yeah, three.
So what does the offensive tackle look like? I think you got to consider one of these guys as part of it.
Yeah, if you want a more pass blocking tackle, Patrick Paul is the guy. Kieran, he has a lot of potential. He just didn't it against top competition as yet. And then Tyler Guyton, he's a wild card, man. He's very raw, can move really well. He's big, but he just got to fix up some of those technique issues. So maybe
The
Patrick
pre-draft
Paul.
process, John. That's the guy. And I know DSD Kit mentioned that's the guy that he's waiting on for the Giants. The pre-draft process is what could drive him up the board because yes, he has good tape. He really does have good tape. Let's go Patrick Paul.
Let's go Patrick Paul instead of Braswell.
No. I think Patrick Paul, Braswell, and a corner.
Okay, so we're taking out.
I was thinking about getting Edgerrin Cooper into this, but they do have the 40th pick as well. So
we got Patrick Paul, the tackle, Enos Rakestraw, the corner, and Chris Braswell, the edge. For the Commanders. You got to replace those edges, man. Sweat and Young out the door.
I think it was to Hunter's point here. I don't know that it was necessarily that they thought they had a solution already in house, right? Or that they don't value it, right? Because as much as we like Deron Payne and Jonathan Allen, the edges were the guys that were tasked with consistently affecting the passer in a passing league. So my thought process here is they were your best trade chips, right? As far as value is concerned. You weren't going to pay them long term, right? With Chase Young dealing with the injuries, and apparently, they had made the decision regarding Montez Sweat that they weren't going to extend him long term. So you get something for them, but it's a need. It's a big need, right? And there's a significant drop off, right? And again, the type of player doesn't necessarily align with our rankings as well as it relates to the system. Now, what the system looks like for Washington now that the guard is changing, the coaching staff is changing, that might create a little bit more flexibility. But if we're going the Ron Rivera route, right, which is your traditional 4-3 edge, hand in the ground type guy, then there aren't a ton of those guys readily available early in the draft. Those are later guys. Those are later prospects. So you got to kind of get in where you fit in with respect to these guys.
Got a tie right now between Braswell and Patrick Paul. We need somebody to break the tie, man. Somebody trenches, man. It's offensive line or defensive line. I think both are actually big needs for these guys. Sam Howell, he's no longer there. We drafted him. Did we draft him a quarterback? We got Jaden Daniels. Is that who we got him?
Yeah, Jaden Daniels was the second overall pick.
So we got to protect him, man. We got to protect him. So, if I had to pick, man, I'd probably go Patrick Paul over Braswell. But it's tied up right now. Yeah. I think I'm gonna break this tie, Juice.
Break it.
Let's go Patrick Paul, man. Let's go protect Jaden Daniels.
All right. Prioritize keeping the quarterback upright. That takes us to the Chargers, who were in the enviable position of selecting Marvin Harrison 5th overall. Harrison actually was the second receiver off the board, Malik Neighbors being the first. We know that there's a lot of work to do on the defensive side of the ball. They certainly could stand to improve the offensive line as well. We're going to keep on saying his name. Braswell has to be part of the conversation. The interior guys as well. Who would be your preferred player here Byron Murphy, Chris
Byron
Jenkins, Leonard
Murphy.
Taylor, Byron Murphy.
I like Byron Murphy.
Okay, so let's go Byron Murphy there, along with Braswell, and then let's get somebody in the secondary. Rick Straw, I know is who you like. Let's give him a safety. Give him Kitchens and Newman, whichever you prefer.
Chargers got Derwin already, so that's okay. Cam.
D-Kid saying that tongue in cheek, man. Will McDonald grew on us. Me in particular. I'll speak for myself. Will McDonald grew on me.
Now, I had question marks about Will McDonald coming out.
I did too.
The run
I
game
did too.
with Will McDonald.
Yeah, and that still remains a question. And I think the Jets drafted him understanding that, right? But I think we'll probably see a relative, maybe not the same type of usage and growth, but I think that same track that they put Jermaine Johnson on is what we'll end up seeing with Will McDonald.
Yeah. Big second year leap. I like Huffle there also.
Oh yeah.
Got a lot of good young edge rushers in New York.
Mm-hmm. All right, the Bolts. It's another team that can't get out of its own way.
Yeah, man.
Weren't they the first team that fired that coach?
I think Carolina might have been way early.
The Raiders. I mean, the Raiders notwithstanding. Now, the Raiders notwithstanding. It was after they got blown out by the Antonio Pierce Raiders that Bradley Staley and I think Telesco, if I'm not mistaken, is the GM.
All right, man. We got Byron Murphy with 60% of the votes.
Ooh, Byron Murphy.
To the Chargers.
Big riser.
Mm-hmm.
Another Mobile participant. Looking forward to seeing him. All right, that takes us to the Titans, who I believe, Joe Alt in the first round.
Great pick.
No more Vrabel. Vrabel's out of there.
Yeah, that was kind of crazy.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to get a job.
Receiver. Need somebody to throw the ball to.
All right, so they got the big guy on the outside. Maybe the Tez Walker.
Yeah.
All right. What else?
Walker. They traded away Byard, so give me Cam Kitchens, man.
Cam.
Should we? No. I mean, they could go corner, but
we could double up in one position if you want.
Yeah, let's go. Let's put Tyler Nubin on there as well.
Tyler Nubin?
Yep.
All right, we got two safeties here from the Titans.
I was thinking about going two receivers, but let's get both those safeties on there. With Byard being traded to the Eagles.
Kitchens and Newman, we spoke about him early on, and then Tez Walker. He could do a lot for Will Levis and that offense.
All right, D-Kit, man. The Giants up next, man. We're gonna go ahead and get you that JJ McCarthy. You know what I'm saying?
You that quarterback. He probably prefer Bo, man. He probably prefer that Bo Nix right there for him.
Nah, man. D-Kit want another guard.
Meat and potatoes.
Yeah, you want another guard, man. You want one of those, down linemen. Give him a corner. You know what I mean?
What about Tate Banks out there? You liking what you seeing? He's another guy he got a lot of.
That's his guy, man.
Like a late riser. He got a lot of first round buzz. Ended up going in the first round.
All right, where do we stand with Tennessee?
Cam Kitchens is the pick.
All right,
won't go safety.
Yeah. I think if you're trying to replace what Kevin Byard brought to the table, there's no better fit than Cam Kitchens here. That takes us to the New York Football Giants We went with Olu Fashion. No. That's yes. I thought so. Olu Fashanu. That means we're kicking Evan Neal into guard. That leaves one guard position open. So who can we get to fill that remaining guard position? I don't understand this.
So you going back offensive line?
Yeah.
Okay.
Potentially, yeah. Potentially.
Over a quarterback.
Let's put one O lineman on there. Let's put one O lineman on there. Bo Nix, Cooper BB.
Cooper. You want to add a receiver, maybe? What receiver you want? You got Bo. Oh, you want Max? You got Max Melton?
Nah, put Tez on there.
Tez Walker?
Put Tez on there. Because the Giants have 2 picks here. They got 39 and 47 in the second round.
All right.
Put Tez on there.
We got Bo Nix, Cooper Beebe, Tez Walker, New York Giants. This has to be Franklin because the receivers, isn't it? Mahogany makes sense.
I think Hunter, you kind of pick your flavor. I mean, they both stretch the field, right? They're both speed merchants, and Troy Franklin.
They're very similar.
Yeah,
they're both similar guys, size, everything. I believe. You know, though I always say if you even, you're leaving it, and those guys, it might look like they're covered, but they have an extra gear, gear out there.
Easy speed, man.
And those in-breaking routes, I love them on in-breaking routes as well. Separation across the middle of the field. It's too much like Slayton. Slayton's another guy like that.
And you have Hyatt too. And you have Hyatt.
It's another guy like that.
Like Malachi. I hear that.
Yeah.
Different flavor
like
there.
Malachi. Yeah. But you got the boy Wandell over there, Robinson. You don't like him?
I'm not. I don't get it, bro. I
don't
get
Wandell.
it. I don't get it, man. See, here's my issue with Wandell, bro. Wandell has yet to show me that he can make the tough grab.
Oh yeah, he's not that kind of guy.
Well, but that's my thing, bro. That's my thing, bro. Like that's his role.
Yeah.
His role is inside the numbers, right?
Across the middle of the field.
Yeah, and sometimes you're gonna have those contested catches because there's more traffic around, right? And he don't make those plays. He doesn't make those plays, man.
Yeah, Malachi is like a souped up Wandell Robinson.
Yeah.
Souped up. All right, we got Cooper Beebe. Cooper Beebe is the pick. 67% of the votes.
I think your offensive line is solved, D-Kid.
There you go.
I think it's solved right there. Left or right? What are we doing? Andrew Thomas, Cooper Beebe, John Michael Schmitz, Evan Neal, and Olu Fashanu? That's what we doing?
That's nice. Run the ball.
Boom. All right. Commanders on the clock. The last pick was Patrick Paul. The first selection was Jaden Daniels. So we got the quarterback. We're trying to keep him up right here with Patrick Paul. We're going to continue to roll Chris Braswell out here.
Somebody. Who's after Chris Braswell at the edge position? Maybe
let's take a look.
The viewers don't like Braswell.
J2 went back to school. Jonah Ellis. Adissa Isaac.
That's a nice name.
Mm-hmm.
And the edge, they
Gabe
dried
Murphy,
up a little bit.
Muhammad Kamar is a guy I like.
I was watching your boy from Alabama.
Is this the guy that you were talking about, Darius Robinson?
Yeah, I like him. I like how he plays.
Justine Davis is interesting. ZTF,
Drew
man.
guys, ZTF still out there.
Brendan Trice is stolen the show, but ZTF is intriguing.
All right, we can go Braswell. Braswell's the next guy up, man. Unless somebody like Jonah Ellis. But Ellis is more undersized. Braswell has better size.
And I had go 2 edges. Go with 2 edges.
All right. You want Jonah Ellis?
Yeah. Go Jonah Ellis as well.
Yeah, it was the third guy. Need a safety.
Yeah, I'm sure they could use one. but I imagine they'll start front to back.
Mm-hmm.
For Commander fans, I know there's a lot of mixed feelings about some of the decisions being made, who's being retained, so on and so forth. I think you should be encouraged, right? The changing of the guard as far as the ownership obviously was a big step in the right direction. You're moving away from Rivera. It's an attractive job now. All of a sudden, the Commanders is an attractive job. You got a lot of draft capital, including the second overall pick. You got close to $80 million worth of cap space. You understand what I'm saying? Like this is you should be excited about the possibility. Now, of course, there's going to be a certain level of anxiety because you hope that they get it right. You know what I'm saying? Just having the assets doesn't necessarily mean you're going to get it right, but it's a good position to be in.
Yeah, I'm gonna put your boy up there, man. Edgin Cooper. I like that.
Oh, you want Edgin Cooper as the third? I was thinking about it too, but I was like,
off-ball linebacker.
I was like, man, that edge position though. At least
I put Braswell, Jonah Ellis.
Okay,
Cooper.
okay, gotcha.
I got 2 edges up there for them.
Okay, I like Cooper a lot, man. That's my guy. Let's see, that's what John's saying. Double up.
Mm-hmm.
And then that takes us to Green Bay next. I think Green Bay has 2 second rounders. Yes, they do. We got the tackle in the first, so it might be corner safety time for Green Bay.
Oh, it's a tie. Braswell and Cooper.
Mm.
Break this tie. Two Coopers back to back. John. Yeah, I'm with you right there, DK. I watched Braswell earlier. I had to watch him again, and I'm like, I'm still trying to see it with him. I know he has power, but number 92 on that line, I liked him. On that line. I forgot his name. I seen it earlier. He's like he's more of he's like a interior guy, but 92 showed up for me.
There it is.
Yeah, there goes Jake. Ebo Igby.
He's a senior. Did he declare?
I think he's coming up.
Mm-hmm.
Braswell to the Commanders. They got the edge.
Right. Braswell to the Commanders. Green Bay, as Jake mentioned, Tyler Nubin. Let's get Tyler Nubin on there. Let's add a Jonathan Brooks. Let's make it interesting. Back. Yeah, let's make it interesting. Add Jonathan Brooks to the mix.
So who's the first guy you said? Nubin?
Nubin, yeah, Tyler Nubin. Okay. And then
Jonathan. So Jonathan with an H.
Mm-hmm.
Jonathan Brooks.
Is it an H? I don't know.
John.
Jonathon.
No H in the front. All right.
And we still need that corner too.
He's sleeping on my Ray Straw, bro. You want to give him a different blend? Like a Newton or a Tampa?
Give him a Tampa.
TJ Tampa?
Mm-hmm.
They'll find out soon, man, about my guy.
Wait for it.
They'll find out. All right, we got Tyler Newman, Jonathan Brooks, TJ Tampa.
All right, next pick, we stay in division, NFC North, the Vikings. The first selection was Jared Verse, all right, to replace Danielle Hunter.
It's a runaway. Tyler Nubin's 100%.
Tyler Nubin, 100%.
100%.
No question.
Yeah.
No question here.
Easy. Who we got next? The Vikings?
Yep.
And what did they get early in the draft?
Jared Verse.
Nice. Go get their corner, man. TJ Tampa over there, man. Physical corner. Oh, Bo Nix.
I like Bo Nix.
Let's do it
with Kevin O'Connell. I think we can add the Bo Nix here.
Let's do it.
I think guard is a position that they need to address. Who's the best fit here? Is it?
I like a lot of those guys. I like Powers Johnson.
Let's go Powers Johnson. Johnson. And then your boy Harrison Smith can't play forever. I don't know if there's a guy I want just yet here. Let me see your corners.
Restraw, Tampa, Newton.
Let's go Tampa. Again.
Tampa. Trying to get these corners off the board.
DK asks, what is Flores playing? 4-3? No, DK. Flores is playing cover 0. That's what he's playing, bro.
Get the quarterback.
He's playing cover 0. Engage 8, cover 0.
Go get him. I mean, he need them corners, man. We ain't put a corner on this list. Oh yeah, we got Tampa.
Tampa.
Man, yeah. Tampa gonna get done out there, bro. Boy, hips ain't it, man. He could jam a guy though. He could throw a receiver off the route though. He could do that. Maybe that's what they use him for. All right, Bo Nix, man, 100%.
Wow, 100%.
Yep, 100% Bo Nix. Let's go.
Okay.
That's the quarterback of the future.
All right. I think for the Falcons, one of the options needs to be trade for Justin Fields.
Okay. That's going to win right there. I already know.
You think that's it? It right there?
Well, I'll put it on the poll.
You mentioned receiver. Troy Franklin would be a nice compliment to your boy, as well as Tez. So you want to go Rakestraw on one of those 2 receivers?
All right.
Because we got Latu.
Tez Walker. I'll put Tez Walker on there. And then I'll put Rakestraw. He's not going to win. And then I'll go trade for Fields. So that means the Bears will have this pick, right?
Yes.
All right, the poll is up. They're already fitting Fields for his jersey. I like it, man. I like Fields in Atlanta.
I like it too. I go, revisionist history, but during that particular draft, I thought that should have been the pick.
Yeah. Who did? That's when they got
Kyle Pitts. That's when they got Kyle Pitts. Yeah. I thought they should have drafted Arthur Smith. Seeing what he did, I don't know what happened to Arthur Smith. I just think he thought he was the smartest guy in the room. But seeing what he was able to do at Ryan Tannehill, I thought, you run heavy, play action, vertical attack with Justin Fields.
Yeah,
I thought that was it right there, bro.
Yeah, they slipped. They slipped on that Kyle Pitts. They slipped.
I saw some excerpts from an interview that Arthur Blank had, and somebody asked him about, why you ain't trade for Lamar? And Arthur was trying to defend it, bro. He was trying to defend why they didn't, saying, I'm like,
nah,
egg in the face, bro.
All right, we traded for Fields, man.
Trading for Fields.
Fields in Hotlanta. Let's get it.
All right. We'll keep it simple here. There may be a little bit more to it. But we'll keep it simple. We'll do a 1-for-1 here. All right. That puts Chicago on the clock. And, of course, they have 2 first-round selections. Caleb Williams being the first, followed by Rome Odunze.
Nice.
And they traded their native second-round pick in order to acquire Montez Sweat. They extended him. Sweat changed the outlook of that defense immediately. So clearly a win to this point with respect to that deal. And now the Bears can take the best offensive lineman on the board. It's true. If there's no Jalen Johnson, Rakestraw would be in the conversation, I would imagine.
All right, let's put him up there.
I think.
LT the third.
Yeah, you can put him up there. Interior D line.
Taylor. Yeah,
And then on the offensive line.
Yeah, tackle. Tyler Guyton.
What does the interior look like?
Check it out.
I was going to suggest Van Pran. Either Powers Johnson or Van Pran, depending on the need up front.
The Bears got Tevin Jenkins, who they drafted as a first-round pick, right? Cody Whitehair and Nate Davis. Second round pick.
Cody Whitehair and Nate Davis. Nate Davis is your guard, right? He's playing guard?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
All right, so let me go back here to the interior.
Bears need a center. You're saying Van Pran.
I'm with Van Pran, man. Powers Johnson or Van Pran. I'm with it.
Let's go Van Pran.
All right.
Yeah, I agree, DK. I think Guyton is raw, but I think this is kind of where you kind of draft those raw offensive linemen. You know, second,
with that
third
high
round
upside.
with that high upside. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, DK. Zach Frazier is another good one. Should be in Mobile. We'll get a closer look at him. See how he handles those one-on-ones. How you feeling, Headley? Man, you got Latu. Added Justin Fields.
Man, that's amazing right there. I feel great. That's how it goes, man. Sign me up, man. You know, we got the best defensive player in the class, according to CPGM. And we got our quarterback, man. You know, offensively, him and Bijan, Justin Fields and Bijan in the backfield. We're gonna lead the league in rushing right there.
Mm-hmm.
So
he's gonna give Drake London an opportunity to make plays. You got to give Drake London an opportunity to make plays, bro. You know what I'm saying?
And then we can add a receiver later on in this draft.
Yeah, you still got a lot of depth here at the receiver position. A guy who can stretch the field. Yeah.
Bo, yeah, I like Bo tape.
Like Bo, we like Bo day 3. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. He strikes me as the type of day 3 guy that can have an immediate impact. He can contribute really early.
We got Van Pran, 75% of the votes to the Chicago Bears.
I like Van Pran, man. I know Powers Johnson had a big season. He's turning heads. I know he's the top interior offensive lineman for a lot of people, top center. But I something about Van Pran, bro.
Mm-hmm.
When that anchor drops and his ability to get to his spot, I'm telling you.
Yeah.
All right.
We Raiders on the center clock. One coming in.
Yep. Raiders on the clock. They traded up to acquire Michael Penix Jr., 10th overall. Nice. So, what's next? What's next for the Raiders? Do we go defensive back? Do we add a D lineman? I think the interior. If we're going to leave Tyree out on the edge, then the interior is a way that we could go. I think they're better players along the interior, in my opinion.
Yeah, interior D line. We go interior D line for these boys. I think we could leave Tyree on the edge. We could add a Leonard Taylor. We could add a Leonard Taylor here.
So you got Leonard Taylor. Rakestraw. Go Rakestraw.
And this. What do you think about? Nah, I was about to ask about. I forgot Jacoby Myers is over there. I like Myers there.
What about the interior of the offensive line?
Yeah, I think they could improve there. Definitely, they can improve an interior. At guard, they could use a guard. Christian Hayes and Mahogany, Zach Zinter. You want to add Zach Zinter in there?
Yeah, let's go Zach Zinter. I know that's who D-Kit wants, but your offensive line is straight now. We got you, Cooper BB.
Yep.
Olu, straight.
All right. Leonard Taylor and his Rakestraw, Zach Zinter for the Raiders. I always say cornerback for Vegas. John. Look, you know, I was thinking cornerback also, but I like Nate Hobbs over there. Jack Jones looked like he found a home. Uh, Amik Robertson, I think he's up and down. And they drafted a guy we liked, Jacorian Bennett,
Yeah,
last season. So
speed merchant there. Yeah,
they got some decent young corners. I think along the trenches is
probably
they get some time.
more of a priority, but I don't think adding a race straw hurts. I don't think that hurts at all.
Yeah, he's actually leading right now. So
Mm-hmm. What do you think? What do you think that they ultimately do? You think they screw this up again as far as a head coach in Vegas?
man, they don't go Paris, it's gonna be a riot over there, bro.
Bruh,
I think they
bruh,
got to get they can't screw this up, man. I think Max Crosby, he kind of gave him an ultimatum like we need this guy, and if he doesn't, they don't get him. I think Paris might get a head coaching job somewhere else.
somewhere else, right?
Yeah, they can't screw this up.
Gerard Mayo, back with the
With New England.
Patriots. Yeah,
Hmm.
yeah. I mean, if you think about it, and you think about some of the head coaches over time, the two guys that come to mind immediately, at least one guy comes to mind immediately is Jack Del Rio. He played
Hmm.
linebacker. He was a head coach, a defensive coordinator for a long time. Rivera, if I'm not
Rivera.
mistaken, was the linebacker.
Hmm. Hmm.
D'Amico Ryans, you see what he's doing
Yeah.
down in Houston. Gerard Mayo has always been kind of considered part of that lineage, part of that Bill Belichick lineage that would eventually get that opportunity. Vrabel, an edge guy, but he
Vrabel,
was considered an
a
outside linebacker.
linebacker.
You know what
Yeah.
I'm saying? Like those guys, you got to have. I mean, to be successful, to have a lengthy career, more often than not, those guys, green dot, they make solid coaches. They make good coaches. You know what I'm saying? They tend to be players coaches. Players tend to respond to those guys. So yeah, man, I thought it was a mistake. I thought it was a mistake to move off of Rich Bisaccia. I thought after they moved off of John Gruden, he came in and stabilized things. The team responded to him. That's another thing that I think gets lost in translation oftentimes, is that special teams coaches, they coach everybody,
Hmm.
right?
Hardball.
They have exactly. They have
Hmm.
a relationship with everybody, right? We get so enamored with, all right, who's the next hot young, play caller, offensive guru, or whatever the case may be. Let's make him a head coach. And a lot of those guys ain't built for it. Most of those guys aren't built for it. You know what I mean? But of course, that's the wave. That's it's a copycat league, so that's what teams typically do. And then when you do find one of those good guys, they tend to be really good. You know what I mean? But yeah, I think you're seeing maybe a bit of a paradigm shift here in terms of former player, defensive, leader, right? Green dot type of situation. And then, like I said, I think it's underrated. These some of these special teams coaches, I think they're underrated.
Yeah, right now, we got Ennis Rakestraw.
All right. Headley's guy. Yeah, I'm gonna check out his tape in more detail. I've watched him play this season, right? Live broadcast.
He lost you. Lost CPGM Drew. CPGM Juice. I can't even see the board right now. But last pick we had Rakestraw. Yeah, I like Rakestraw a lot. Like I said, man, sticky hips. I like how he competes too. Very competitive. Comes up and hits. So yeah, I think he could end up in the first round. Right now, he's going to the second round here to the Las Vegas Raiders. But I think he end up in the first round. A lot of talent there. Let's give CPGM Juice a second here to get back so we can see the board. Jalen McMillan. Yeah, I thought the injury with Jalen McMillan kind of, slowed his season up a little bit. But Drew really likes Jalen McMillan in the slot. Yeah, Zinter, yeah, injury. Is that who's next up, Mississippi? Is the Saints up? I can put the poll up. See what Juice saying. Oh, I got technical difficulties. All right, let's put the Saints up, man. What should the Saints do? All right, y'all throw some names out at me, man. We got Troy Franklin, Oregon. We could throw they need a quarterback, right? I think we could throw JJ McCarthy out there. They need a quarterback, the Saints. Oh, there goes Juice. JJ McCarthy. I got Troy Franklin, JJ McCarthy. Need another guy for the Saints. Lord, stop. Oh yeah, we got Rakestraw to the Raiders. Could go quarterback, interior defensive lineman. Who did we get for the Saints earlier? Did we get a D lineman? Because we could throw Chris Jenkins in there.
Dallas
I think
Turner.
we did get a D lineman. Oh, we got
Dallas Turner.
Edge. Murphy's already off the board, George. I think he went off the board already. So Rakestraw is the next pick here, Juice. To I think the Raiders. And then we're at the Saints right now, and right now I got Troy Franklin, JJ McCarthy. They're looking for another interior defensive lineman. And these receivers, I think a lot of receivers are gonna fly off the board in round 2.
Yeah,
I'm surprised Tez Walker's still on the board and Troy Franklin.
Yeah, I think teams might get aggressive at a certain point for those guys as well.
Mm-hmm. And Leonard Taylor's still on the board too. You want to throw Leonard Taylor in there?
Yeah. Put him next to Brazil, bro. Beat people up.
Mm-hmm. All right, we got it there. Oh, McKinley Jackson, Texas A&M. All right, the vote is up, man. The poll is up.
Who are our options?
Troy Franklin, JJ McCarthy, and Leonard Taylor to the Saints. Got a quarterback there, another wide receiver, and the interior defensive lineman from Miami.
I like it. I'm encouraged by what I saw from A.T. Perry here at the end of the season. He's a guy that we were really high on. We actually thought that A.T. Perry might get selected day 2 last year. He ends up getting picked in the 6th round. I guess it was a medical issue. I never really were able to get to the bottom of that, but the production, the tape suggested that he could be a nice complementary piece, perhaps a second option in the passing game, and definitely a red zone threat. And immediately he finds the end zone on a consistent basis once he gets consistent playing time. So you got Olave, you got A.T. Perry, and then you add Shaheed to the mix. You got a nice trio there, but I think they could stand to add a guy like Tez Walker or Troy Franklin to the mix and really be a dynamic young group there at receiver as well.
Yeah, Troy Franklin's the pick, man. 80% of the votes.
I think another, like I said, that left side of that offensive line, we got to figure out what's going on there. So I think the assumption is Penning will man one of those positions, and then you're either looking for a guard or a tackle here at some point.
What should the Colts do? Got him at corner. All right.
Mm-hmm.
You go defensive line.
Terrion Arnold. Terrion Arnold was
we could do a receiver too. We could throw Tez Walker on there.
I go Tez, Taylor. I go offensive line too. Who was getting done by these for the Colts? Who's been getting done? I think Bernhard Ryman has been good, if I'm not mistaken. They still got Braden Smith, Quentin Nelson.
Quentin Nelson, beast.
Oh, there was somebody getting done up front, man.
Let me see.
I forget. Yeah, let me check it.
Got Raymond Nelson. Is it the right guard? Will Fries?
Might be. Let me see. I'll look at contracts as well, real quick.
We had a guard. We could add Mahogany. Oh, we still got Zach Zinter. You want to add Zinter? I like a lot of these interior offensive linemen, man. Tate Ratledge.
Oh, you know who
Zach
was
Zinter.
getting dummy? It was Blake Freeland who was struggling out there. I think there's an injury somewhere along the line, and Blake Freeland was really getting struggling. But Will Fries only 1 year left on his deal. Will Fries. Yeah, I think we could add a guard.
All right, I like a lot of these guys. Like I said, Zinter, Haynes, Mahogany. I got to watch more Zach Frazier.
Let's hold off on Zinter a little bit. He's coming off the injury. I think he'll be fine. He's probably my favorite amongst these guys. But let's put a name in that we haven't mentioned.
Christian Hayes. So
Yeah,
Christian Hayes.
Yeah.
I like his tape a lot. All right, poll is up. Give me a second, man. I'm about to get a charter real quick.
Mm-hmm. All right. And while you vote on that particular selection, D-Kit, you got the Giants coming up next. And to this point, we have solved your offensive line woes. Olu Fashanu in the first round. Follow that up with Cooper Beebe. PFF has Cooper Beebe outside of their top 100, which I disagree with vehemently. Mississippi Brassy is saying we need to trade up in order to acquire Zinter. We'll see if there's a means to do so. Cornerback, not QB. So who's playing quarterback? You're gonna go into the season with DeVito, and then when Daniel Jones gets healthy, he becomes the starter, plays out the 2024 season. Is that the thought process there? Because if you don't like JJ, I'd roll the dice on Cam Ward. That's who I'd roll the dice on. See if I can get into the polls, see what's happening here. Not sure how long before Heather gets back. Keep things moving. JJ, Chris Jenkins, cornerback on the poll. Okay, I hear you. Download music. Want to trade up for Rob Moore? I like Rob Moore. I think he's growing on me. Who would be trading up there, Download? Who's trading up? Let's see. So right now there is a tie between Tez Walker and Leonard Taylor. So we're going to need somebody to break that particular tie. Seahawks, gotcha. Looks like we got Headley back.
Tez Walker, Leonard Taylor.
The tie right now between those two, huh?
Yeah, gotta break it, man. Got 5 votes. Come on. We got Josh Downs, Michael Pittman at wide receiver. Pierce will be maybe the odd man out.
Well. So here's the thing: Pittman's contract is done.
Yeah, the contract.
So I'm leaning.
Tez Walker.
Leaning towards Tez Walker. Yeah.
All right, let's do it, man.
On that fast track, yeah. Let's go Tez Walker.
Tez Walker.
All right. D Kit's thinking JJ McCarthy, Chris Jenkins, and a corner for this particular poll.
Was that the Giants?
Mm-hmm. D Kit, you don't want Edrin Cooper? What about Edrin? You like your second level? Isaiah Simmons and company?
JJ McCarthy. Chris Jenkins. Who's the third guy? Cornerback.
Mm-hmm.
Got Kalen Carson. There go your boy right there. I think he's gonna be a day 2 pick, man. Michigan.
Oh, Sarah still?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's top 100 guy for us.
I like him. You want to throw him out there?
Why not?
Be different. Let's do it, man. Same. How you spell
Bobby
that,
Owen
man?
and McFadden. Yeah, McFadden showed me something. Oka Record, he does his thing. I'm with you.
Let me see Saint Ristil. Saint Ristil. There we go. So you got two Michigan
Wolverines
guys there.
2 Wolverines on there. Yeah.
Actually, that's 3 right now. Am I tripping? That's 3.
Oh, it is.
Late.
It's all
3?
Michigan. It's all Michigan.
There you go. I thought I was tripping for a second. It's all Michigan guys. Let's go Michigan to the Giants.
Okay. All right. So while that poll goes, let's shift our focus to Jacksonville. All right. Underachievers for sure. Cooper DeJean comes in to help stabilize that defense. Well, what do you think is missing here in Jacksonville? What's missing?
They need a corner. That's a big need. Maybe
so you're viewing him in this particular scheme. You're viewing Cooper DeJean as a safety strictly.
Yeah, I think he's a
safety. And the nickel. Okay.
I think they need an outside corner.
Okay.
Let's see what the interior D line look like. Yeah, I think they could use an interior defensive lineman, maybe a Chris Jenkins.
If he's there. If he's there.
Yeah, McCarthy to the Giants, 80%.
Okay. There you go, D Kit. JJ.
So Jaguars.
Yep.
Yeah, so I'll throw
Chris
Jenkins in there. I'll throw a corner. Outside corner. Oh my God. You want to throw Kalen Carson? Let's do Kalen Carson. And I think Mike had 2 corners. Did we get a receiver?
I like it, Mississippi Brasky. Mahogany. Let's go Mahogany.
Christian.
Offensive line. Yeah.
Christian.
That's another good name here, John Ratledge. It's another good one.
All right. I think the poll is up. What should the Jaguars do? Chris Jenkins, the 3-tech, Kalen Carson, the outside corner, or Christian Mahogany, the guard from Boston College. Yeah, Mahogany is a good player too. He got hurt last season. I came back pretty strong this year.
Get some rest, DK. We'll catch you next week. Yeah, this format is not is a bear. Let me put it that way. It is a bear. It's a long process, but it's really interesting.
Round.
Yeah, it's more designed for one round. It's really interesting to get the audience's, the viewers' feedback, though. Really is. Yeah. You know, get your perspective on these players, how you value them, what you think teams should be doing, and then of course, as much as we spend time studying the prospects and delving into the film and analyzing them, you know, you guys have some insights that we don't necessarily possess. So we enjoy.
I get a lot of guys to watch, man.
Intrigue
from you guys.
All right, where do we stand with the Jacksonville poll?
It's a tie right now. Chris Jenkins and Mahogany. So we got the linemen battling it out.
Let's go mahogany. I'll break the tie. Let's go mahogany. Right.
Mahogany.
I think they need to do a better job of protecting Lawrence and being able to run the ball inside the tackles. They struggle at that. So let's go mahogany here.
All right. Then we got to the Bengals.
Okay, so the Bengals in the first round, we did the right thing. We did the right thing in terms of the tackle position. I like Chris Jenkins here. We can add
Receiver, right?
Xavier Worthy, Jalen Polk.
Getting some speed out there.
Mm-hmm.
Jalen Polk. Oh yeah, he spells it Jaylin, I think.
Jlynn.
Huh? Shit. Oh man, threw it all off right there.
Yeah.
Jaylyn.
Apostrophe Lynn.
I see. All right, man. We got the Cincinnati Bengals, man. Chris Jenkins on the interior, Xavier Worthy, Jalen Polk on the outside. Some deep threats to go with Jamar Chase. You just passed my boy Ladd, yo. He's like, no love for Ladd, huh? Man.
Oh man. All right, so Philly up next after we went Braylon Trice in the first. Let me see something here with Philly. I guess I can't see it that way, so let me do it this way. Philadelphia. All right, so they got 2 second-round picks, so we'll see about that. Followed by Green Bay with their second of 2 second-round picks. Tampa Bay. Trying to see who might not have the third in the Rams. Pittsburgh.
Cornerback. Was that for the Eagles?
Probably. I think this is the sweet spot right here, Mr. C. Prasky. I think it's the Finns.
For who? Oh, TJ?
No. I'm just thinking because Mr. C. Prasky was talking about a trade up situation for Seattle. I think this is the sweet spot because as I look at Miami, they don't have a 3rd or 4th round selection. Right?
Yeah.
So depending on what they could potentially get from Seattle, that might be the consideration there.
Yeah.
All right.
Tie with Jalen Polk and Chris Jenkins. I'm gonna break the tie. I'm gonna go Jalen Polk. I'm gonna go get the wide receiver in Cincinnati.
Get that running mate for Jamar Chase here. I like it. I'm a big fan of Jalen Polk. Big fan of him. Three talented receivers there coming out of Washington: Odunze, Polk, and McMillan. And while I think we all agree that Odunze is the alpha, is the guy among that group, Polk is actually my favorite of the bunch.
Nice.
All right, Philly.
So you need a corner. You want TJ Tampa? You want another guy in that room?
TJ Tampa. Who's the tackle here? Let's give him Guyton. Let's give him the project. You know, the way that they were able to develop Jordan Mailata.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? We don't know what Lane Johnson's future going to look like long term. Let's add Guyton to the mix here. Get my guy in there. Get my guy Adrian Cooper on there.
All right.
You know, we've talked about the second level of this defense being ignored. You know what I'm saying? For entirely too long. And then you mentioned corner. You want to add another player to that mix?
I already did. I got TJ Tampa, Tyler
you got
Guyton,
Tampa. Okay.
and Adrian Cooper.
Okay.
Yep. Oh.
All right.
Oh. Someone keeps switching their votes.
Can
you switch your votes?
I think you can. I
Yeah,
think
somebody's
you
going
can.
back and forth right there.
All right, Green Bay, J.C. Latham, Tyler Nubin.
It's a tie
So
between Tampa and Cooper. Yeah, now I think TJ Tampa is probably the best tackling corner in the class. Just how he comes up, he hits. There's some issues there with hip fluidity, but press man, he's perfectly fine there. Tampa and Cooper is tied up right now.
you already know which direction I'm going in.
Edge.
Yeah, give me Cooper. I'll break
All
it.
right. All right, Edge and Cooper to the Eagles.
First off-ball linebacker off the board here. Green Bay on the clock. Give him a Jonathan Brooks. Let's add a Jonathan Brooks.
Running back.
A
Oh,
corner and Leonard Taylor. Or Chris Jenkins. Go Chris Jenkins.
was it the Packers?
Yeah.
So you said Leonard Taylor or you Chris Jenkins? Chris Jenkins?
Let's go Leonard Taylor. He's a higher ranked player on this board. Let's go Leonard Taylor.
So Leonard Taylor, who else?
Jonathan Brooks.
Jonathan Brooks.
And a corner. I guess TJ Tampa's the guy.
TJ Tampa. Let's get him off the board. Josh Newton, man. Everyone just forgot about him. I went back and watched the Texas game. He
Yeah.
got done. He got done a
He
lot,
got done.
man.
He got done.
Yeah. Adonai,
they were
Wordsby,
right.
They took turns. they took turns on Josh Newton, man. But he's still my guy, man. He's still my guy.
I feel you. You try not to overreact to any one game, but you do go back to the tape and based on the deficiencies in that particular contest, you see if it reared its ugly head elsewhere. You know what I mean? It's the same concept with Michael Penix.
AJ Terrell versus Jamar Chase.
Yeah.
Remember that?
Yeah. And I remember how that left you feeling, bro. You were like, nah.
Yeah.
I was like,
I ain't like it.
I was like, don't overreact, bro. Don't overreact. It was bad. It was bad, bro. Don't overreact, though.
Yeah. Yeah, Kellen King. Yeah, he disappointed. I went back and watched it, man. Yeah, that Marvin Harrison Jr. tape. But it wasn't even just that game. He just didn't really. I don't know. He didn't play with the same intensity that you saw in that 2022 season.
Right. Mr. Pricey, I think Muhammad's going to try to play his way into the first round. I think he's transferring, try to put himself in the optimal position to bolster his stock. He might be following his coach to Alabama. Listen, I'm perfectly comfortable taking Muhammad in the second round right now, bro. I'm that high on him. I think he puts another good season together. Yeah, man. First round pick.
Leonard Taylor's the pick to the Packers.
Yeah, Travis Hunter different though, John. He a little different. As is Michael Harrison, Marvin Harrison Jr. Like I'm not going to throw the baby out with the bathwater with respect to Kellen King when he gets beat by that guy. You know what I'm saying? But the tape overall wasn't as good as we would have liked from Kellen King. Mm-hmm. So who was the pick?
Leonard Taylor.
Leonard Taylor. All right. No running backs off the board to this point. Bucks on the clock. Let's see here. In the first round, Chot Robinson landed to the Bucks. I think that's as good as it gets right there, considering all things considered. We talked about the interior of the offensive line. I think Jackson Powers Johnson definitely put him on the list. We mentioned corner. TJ Tampa seems like a good fit on the boundary. But I assuming that they're going to move your boy Carlton Davis into the slot because Jamel Dean can't play the slot. So I like him. Actually, Antoine Winfield is slated to be a free agent. Is there a safety you like here?
I like a couple of these safeties, man. I I like Bullard. I like Hicks. Hicks, Hicks is my guy.
Mm-hmm.
Rod Moore from Michigan. Caleb Bullock is really good in coverage. Tyke Smith. Watch the tape on him. He's all over the place on that defense.
You know what? You know what? Instead of the corner, let's go with one of the safeties, and then let's also add Jatavian Sanders. Let's add Sanders to it as well. Mm-hmm.
Jatavian Sanders. And then you said add one of the safeties, you said?
Yeah.
You said a corner. Let me see the safeties again. Let's add. Man, I'm gonna throw my boy Jaden Hicks up there, man. Show my guy some love.
All right, so we got Jatavian Sanders, Jackson Powers Johnson, and Jaden Hicks. I think Powers Johnson.
Bullock, man, he just can't tackle. He got a lot of instincts. He could play the pass really well, but tackling is an issue for him, man. You say he's too skinny. You gotta bulk up. You gotta bulk up.
Let's see. Preston said the Seahawks should hire Coach Prime. Thanks, season then draft should do.
if Coach Prime want to go to NFL, I don't know. I think Coach Prime loves the college level. I think he wants to stay in college.
But I don't know that Coach Prime likes recruiting though.
Yeah.
I don't know if he likes recruiting like that, man.
Yeah.
I think he likes teaching the young men. I think he likes teaching the young men, but the recruiting part of it, I don't know that he's a big fan of that, which is huge, obviously.
Mm-hmm. All right, man. The poll is in. Oh, it's a 3-way tie. Powers, Johnson, Sanders, and Hicks. Oh, somebody voted for my guy. Oh, there goes the tiebreaker right there. Jackson Powers Johnson is the pick to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
All right. We got about, let's see here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 11 selections here, 11, 12-ish selections. Texans, 53. On the first round, Keon Coleman. So I think
interior.
Definitely Chris Jenkins.
Yeah, interior.
Give me Kalen Carson.
Kalen Carson.
Mm-hmm. And then we can go back to the offensive side of the ball here. Christian Haynes. Let's put Christian Haynes in there.
Christian Haynes. Chris Jenkins. Kalen Carson. To the Texans.
We got our West Coast guys in here, man. It's late night.
Yeah, West Coast.
We got our West Coast guys in here, man.
Washington State. I see Washington State right there.
You know what I mean? You got Huskies, you got Cougs.
There we go.
In the mix. Yeah, man.
Welcome. Yeah, show some love to the West Side. I've been talking about it all night, Mr. C, man. It's like that West Coast bias is a real thing, man. Some guys that we love, and they're not really considered as top guys. And Brandon Dorless comes top of my head. That's the beast. The hate for Michael Penix that I'm seeing everywhere.
Yeah, people still sleeping on Latu.
It's a West Coast bias, man.
I guess you characterize it as an East Coast bias, right? Right.
Oh,
It's a bias against the West Coast. To your point, yeah, man. Danlo, man, we appreciate you, man. And listen, I would always tell Headley and Drew, I'd be like, look, man, you got to get on this Pac-12 After Dark, bro. Like, I love it, bro. Saturdays, it's from noon to about 2:00 in the morning for me.
Eastern, yeah.
Eastern. You know what I'm saying? I love it. Like this damn mock draft we doing. That's how it
going
is.
crazy. We over 4 hours, man.
Hey, but you know that Colorado State game.
Yeah.
That everybody was tuned in.
Everyone's up.
You know that
everyone's
one
up for
ran
that
late,
game.
especially when in the OT and everything, but everybody was tuned into that one, man. Telling you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Chris
man.
Jenkins is the pick to the
Chris
Texans.
Jenkins. Yeah, I like that a lot. All right, that takes us to the Los Angeles Rams. I believe we went corner. Yep, Nate Wiggins in the first round. So they could let's go Tyler Guyton. They tackle is a position that they need to address.
Need some more help on defense.
Yep. So I'm going next. Edge. Jonah Ellis.
Yep. Utah, West Coast.
We got the corner. Let's put your boy back in there, Jaden Hicks. Let's put him back in there. Stay on the West Coast. Let's stay on the West Coast, bro.
Let's do it, man. All right. Tyler Guyton, Jonah Ellis, Jaden Hicks.
What was that? Your boy? Was that Will Rogers? Is that what you're referring to, Mr. C. Prasky? It's because the coach left. So immediately it opens up for all players a 30-day window to transfer freely when the coach leaves. Head coach. That's who you're referring to.
Oh, man, it's three-way tie again, man.
Yeah, he already jumped back into the portal. And it makes sense. It makes sense. He went there for Kalen LeBoy. He went there for him. Absolutely.
What are you talking about?
Will Rogers.
Quarterback.
Mm-hmm. Three-way tie?
Yeah, man. Three-way tie.
Who we got? We got
Tyler Guyton, Jonah Ellis, Jaden Hicks.
And Hicks.
Let's go. Let's grab him Tyler Guyton.
Tyler Guyton?
Yeah, let's grab him offensive lineman for him.
All right. I was going to say Ellis. Tyler Guyton it is.
Oh, he won. Yeah, Guyton won. We got a last vote for Guyton.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Well, that works out nicely because I already picked him. All right, Pittsburgh on the clock. We went Kool-Aid McKinstry. I think Tyler Guyton probably would have been in the conversation. Let's go Zach Frazier. That second level linebacker has been an issue for them too.
Oh yeah, they definitely need that. We can go Peyton Wilson.
Peyton Wilson there. And then maybe someone along the down line with your boy getting a little longer in the tooth.
Interior, all right.
Yeah, it's an interior guy, but like a 5 tech.
5 tech. You got Rook, Fisk,
Mason Smith.
Damn, I go all the way down there.
Yeah, they're sleeping on him.
Who you want to go with here? You go with Mason?
At a receiver. At a receiver instead. Go Xavier.
Did we draft him a receiver already? We already drafted him a receiver.
The Steelers?
I think so. Remember we replaced Deontay?
No, we went Kool-Aid. We were talking about it. We drafted Kool-Aid.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
so what receiver you want to put?
About it. Xavier Worthy. Put Xavier Worthy in there.
All right. Poll is up.
Going back to Ty. Oh man, Ty did his thing though. Ty shouldn't have took that Notre Dame job, man. I know the money was probably intriguing, but he shouldn't have took that job.
Zach Frazier is the winner, 75%.
Ooh, easy win for Zach Frazier.
Yep.
Yeah, that's been a sore spot for the Pittsburgh Steelers there at center. All right, we talked about the Finns potentially moving down. Let's see. Let's take a look here because they have a second round pick and then they don't pick again until the 5th round, right? So my thought process here was to potentially, since we've addressed the offensive line, I'm not thrilled with the options along the defense. I mean, you got a couple edges there that I think could be added to the mix, but let's grab the 78 and the 18th 118. That puts you in the 3rd and 4th there for 56. Call it a day.
All right. The
Mr.
Seahawks.
Seabrasky, Zach Zinter, definitely.
Zach Zinter, Michigan.
I believe a receiver. You don't like Trey Brown? Trey Brown's sticky out there, man. Handsy, but sticky. Yeah, that might make some sense there, but it's late, so.
Lad, I'm put Lad on there.
You putting Lad on there? Nah,
Lad
man,
on
you
there,
don't
man.
put Lad on there, man. You got JSN, bro.
Oh, you want an outside receiver?
I want an outside guy, man.
Brendan Rice.
Yeah, let's stay on the West Coast. Brendan Rice. Stay on the West Coast. And then add Jonah Ellis to the mix. I know Seattle fans may not necessarily feel like an edge is a big. Actually, no, I take it back for Jonas Ellis. You already did it?
Already added, yep.
All right. They need a linebacker. They need a second level defender. That's what they needed. But it is what it is.
Yeah, Zinter's probably gonna win anyways.
Yeah. But yeah, they don't have any
Zach Zinter, 100%.
linebackers under contract right now.
Zach Zinter is the pick.
There it is, Mr. C. Prasky. Done and done. All right, Philly back on the clock here. So most recently we went Edgerrin Cooper, excuse me. And in the first round, Braylon Trice. So, bolstering that defense, which is underperformed, definitely. Eichenberg in the 3rd. I like it. I like it. Not mad at it. All right. So, Ellie, you've been talking about corner. I like Xavier Worthy. Let's add him to the mix. Some more juice to that offense.
All
right. And among the corners, let's do Tampa. 2 corners. Let's do
Tampa
2
and
corners.
Newton. Tampa. Oh, we got Carson too. Let's throw my boy up there, man. Josh Newton. TCU.
Yeah, I'm interested to hear what the audience thinks of Junior Colson as it relates to the Eichenbergs, the Peyton Wilsons, the Jeremiah Trotters, right? I think Colson has the frame that you're looking for, the prototypical frame, a little bit of a throwback frame, actually, right? So I'm interested to hear more along those lines, what people think about him.
We got TJ Tampa 100% to the Eagles.
Okay. All right, Eagles, Tampa, Cooper, and Trice. Both in that defense. Nice. Kansas City on the clock. Receiver in the first round, and it was Brian Thomas Jr. So
you need an offensive lineman.
Yeah, I do think
you get him.
Kieran.
Yale?
Yeah,
Kieran. Get him Yale.
Let's get Kieran on there. I think they might be moving on from Chris Jones to Mekhi Wingo. I think Mekhi Wingo should be part of it.
The safety. You know, two
Rod Moore.
Georgia safeties.
Let's go Rod Moore. Mm-hmm. Oh, my guy's
Kyron
high on
Wingo
McKinley.
Moore.
I am McKinley here, huh?
McKinley Jackson.
Mm-hmm. What do you come out on McKinley and Mekhi Wingo?
Oh, you know, Wingo is the guy, 3 tech kind of guy that, you know, undersized a little bit, gets a feel, pass rusher. McKinley Jackson, he's a bigger guy. Let me bring my notes up on him. I watched him early this year. Where you at? Taylor, Mason Smith, Dwayne Carter, Zerzon Newton, Keith Randolph, Corleone from Cincinnati, Chris Jenkins, Mekhi Wingo. No, they're right by each other. Mekhi Wingo, and then McKinley Jackson. I think. Oh, McKinley Jackson has good quickness and movement ability for his size. So even though he's a bigger guy, good quickness, likes to lead with his hands. Twitch guy on the interior that can get into the backfield in the run game. I think he's a bit forward leaning, which can affect his balance at times.
Mm-hmm.
But he
Too
does have
far
the
over his
strength to push.
toes.
Yeah, he has the strength to push the offensive lineman's back, disengage and accelerate the quarterback. He's quick. He's quick from the pass, from the snap. But I do like him in the run game. I think he can improve more of those pass rushing moves. So, yeah, he's a big guy, underrated pass rushing abilities. But you know, I think he make his living in the run game.
Gotcha.
McKinley
Right.
Jackson.
Where does that put us for Kansas City?
Kansas City. They're going with Rod Moore, the safety for Michigan.
Okay. Rod Moore to KC. Cleveland making their first appearance in this draft. Speaking of receivers, pick one.
Who we at? We're at the Browns. It's their first pick, huh?
Yep. We could add Bullard or Hicks.
Let's go Hicks.
And the aforementioned McKinley Jackson.
All right. Big man in the middle.
Who are you going at receiver?
What's up, guys out there? So they got Amari.
I like Worthy. Personally.
Let's go with Xavier. I'm mad at that. Speed. Some speed in Cleveland. Hold us up. Yeah, Burton's intriguing too. Jermaine Burton really came alive this last season for Bama.
Yeah.
Outside weapon, has size, good strong hands. Y'all have to catch ability.
All right, so we are actually getting towards the end of this very long stream. This is comparable to our draft day coverage length, bro. Yeah, man. Putting in the heavy work. Got our West Coast guys out here with us, and all 14 people who are watching right now. We appreciate you.
Yeah, still a lot of people watching.
Absolutely. It's their draft. They're here for it. So Kingsley at the top of the second round here, protect Bryce Young, Xavier Legette, dynamic playmaker here on the boundary here for New England. Kamari Lassiter slides out of the first round, early part of the second round to the Cardinals. Excellent pick. Patrick Paul to Washington to protect Jane Daniels, who we took in the first round. Byron Murphy to help an ailing defense in Los Angeles. Cam Kitchens replaces Kevin Byard. Cooper Beebe is the final Infinity Stone to the Giants' offensive line. We took Olu Fashioner earlier in the draft. Chris Braswell to Washington to help replace those edges that are no longer in town. Tyler Nubin seems to be the most common selection at the 41st pick here for Green Bay. The Green Bay's one of their 2 second-round picks are getting Tyler Nubin. That's just how it's worked out. Bo Nix to Minnesota. I think it's a great landing spot for Bo Nix. Cedric Van Pran to solidify that offensive line here in Chicago. Enos Rakestraw to the Raiders. Troy Franklin, speed merchant, add to a nice young group of receivers there in New Orleans. Tez Walker followed up there with the Colts with Michael Pittman. unrestricted free agent. J.J. McCarthy, I think it just was, need, board, all kind of came together there for the Giants. Christian Mahogany, hopefully to get a little bit more physical, a little bit more consistent in the interior of that offensive line. Jalen Polk to pair up with Jamar Chase. Edrin Cooper is the panacea to the Eagles' second level of their defense, bro. I think he becomes a star in short order. Leonard Taylor, you add him to the down line in Green Bay. Jackson Powers Johnson, there's a high for him as a top interior offensive lineman. Some are indicating that maybe he might end up in the first round. So the Bucs get a good one there. Chris Jenkins, I'm a big fan of Chris Jenkins. Interior defensive line, there's a need there. It all matched up. Tyler Guyton, development prospect, the prospect, or rather the traits are raw. The skills are raw, but the talent and the traits are there. Zach Frazier to Pittsburgh, solidify their offensive line. Zach Zinter on the trade up here. Seahawks trading up with Miami. Miami did not have a third or fourth round selection, so they managed to get those pieces in this trade. Have a pair of third round picks now. They had a pair of third round picks, so losing one wasn't a problem there. TJ Tampa to Philadelphia, and then Rod Moore was our latest pick. Where does that put us with Cleveland?
Cleveland, Xavier Worthy, speed guy on the outside. Put him with the route running, Amari Cooper with Deshaun Watson, Joku in the middle of the field.
I like it.
Nice, and we got the Detroit Lions here.
Mm-hmm. So the Lions took Quinion Mitchell, if I'm not mistaken, in the first round. I think they could stand to go back to
corner.
To the secondary again, corner. I think they could. So I'd like to add at least one. Kalen King, Josh Newton, Kalen Carson.
So Kalen Carson.
Mike Sanders still too, local guy.
Ooh, but they got so many of those kind of guys.
Yeah,
in the slot.
Yeah.
Brian Branch,
and yeah, you're right. So Carson,
Kalen Carson.
They said there's a need in the interior of the offensive line. I guess there's some expiring contracts there. So
throw Christian Hayes out there.
Let's go Tate Ratledge. Okay,
Tate
Ratledge. And then opposite Hutchinson, let's go Jonah Ellis.
All right. Here we go. Poll is up. Lions, Kalen Carson. Corner, Tate Ratledge. Interior offensive line, Jonah Ellis, the edge from Utah. Bullock.
John, Mr. C. Prasky, down low. That's what's up, man. Take it easy.
All right, take it easy, man.
What we got?
Tate Ratledge.
Tate Ratledge.
It's the pick.
Not mad at it. Takes us to Buffalo. What did we do in the first round of Buffalo? We went with Adonai Mitchell. So we got the receiver. Let's go Kieran. Let's put Kieran up there. Give me a corner.
Throw my boy. Let's triple Josh Newton up there.
Let's go two corners.
Josh Newton.
Or Jonah Ellis. Whatever you decide.
Let's go Josh Newton and Kalen King.
All right. And then
Kalen Kalen with a K, right?
Yeah. Dallas up next. Got Jordan Morgan. Yeah, it is getting late.
All right. So for the Bills, we got Kyron from Yale. Offensive tackle, man. He's a project, but if you watch him, he dominated his level of competition in golf guys time after time. You got Josh Newton, one of my favorite corners from TCU, and Kalen King, corner. Where is it? Kalen King is UCF.
Central Florida. King is Penn State.
Oh, I got tied up. I'm thinking Kalen Carson.
No, that's okay.
Kalen King.
It's late, bro. I forgive you. Yeah. Appreciate you, man. You're doing yeoman's work right now. You're doing yeoman's work.
Yeah, Kalen King, Penn State. I thought he had a better 2022 season. Kind of struggled a little bit this year, but what I've seen on the tape 2022, inside, outside versatility, comes up and hits, plays the ball well in the air. So, hopefully he gets back to that 2022 Kalen King.
John, we didn't consider it here, but I like this a lot. I like this fit a lot in Buffalo,
Yeah.
right?
Buffalo does well with their safeties.
But the thing is that those safeties are getting older. They're getting long in
Yeah.
the tooth. They've dealt with
That's-
injuries, and then Bullock could also play some nickel for you. Like I like that a lot, actually, John. That's a really good player and team
yeah.
match there in my mind.
And Carson
Yeah,
is Wake Forest. My bad. I
yeah.
got the colors. The colors be messing me up sometimes. UCF, Wake Forest. Yeah, he is
All right.
ACC. He did do work on Keon Coleman early this year. Coleman got him though.
Coleman got him. Yeah, yeah. It was a
Got him.
good back and forth. I thought
Yeah.
it was a good back and forth. All right.
Josh Newton is the pick for the
Josh
Buffalo
Newton.
Bills. I like it.
I like it too. Well, that bullet is intriguing. I might have to make that happen in one of our next mock drafts. Dallas on the clock. Let's go. I'm a running back, Jonathan Brooks.
Running back.
Mm-hmm.
You don't like Rico?
I do, but I don't know what the plan is with Pollard.
All right. Who else we got?
We went tackle in the first round. So Kalen Carson. Let's go back to Kalen Carson at that corner.
I get this.
And either Mekhi Winger or McKinley Jackson. One of those two.
What kind of guy you need though? Run stuffer, pass rusher?
Probably a run stuffer. Well, I think Odigizua has done well in the interior. Let's go McKinley Jackson. McKinley.
All right.
I should put like a Peyton Wilson out there or something.
Peyton Wilson on the board?
I think, isn't he?
I know we had him on a poll. I don't know if he got drafted or not.
Yeah, he's still on the board, but it's late, bro.
Yeah, man. So right now we have McKinley Jackson, right? Let's just see Prasky. Yeah, Texas A&M. Got a running back, Jonathan Brooks. Corner from Wake Forest, Kalen Carson.
So I don't think Lad McConkey is getting picked in the second round.
Hey.
JT is going back to school. Jonah Ellis has lasted a lot longer than I anticipated. Emeka Ibuka is going back to school. Of course, the tackle from Yale is still a relative unknown. Kalen Bullock, we love his ball skills, but the tackling is atrocious. They're a little higher on Jermaine Burton than I am, but nothing egregious here. I think Jermaine Burton is certainly in the day 2 conversation. Kalen King, at one point was in the conversation as the top corner in the class, and there's been a fall from grace here.
Fell
certainly. Denzel Burke went back to school.
Quinn
He actually finished the year. He finished the year strong, but he went back to school. Quinn Ewers went back to school. Bro, I'm not a Quinn Ewers guy, bro. I'm not.
Nah, me neither.
I'm not seeing it, bro. I'm not seeing it.
Maybe another year. I thought going back to school was the right decision for him, but I didn't see it. The anticipation, I didn't like his anticipatory skills. He took, forever to see it. He was surrounded by a lot of great weapons over there. So, a lot of those guys are leaving him now too. So we'll see.
There seems to be a challenge with what type of ball should be delivered, right?
Mm-hmm.
When he's supposed to take a little steam off of it, throw it a little bit more touch. When he's supposed to put it on a line, you know what I'm saying? When he's supposed to leave it up there for his guy to go get it, you know what I mean? It's just like, for instance, that fade or whatever it was that they threw to Adonai Mitchell. That was the wrong throw there.
Mm-hmm.
That was the wrong throw. It should have been a back shoulder. Maybe it should have been an actual fade to the back pylon. Who knows? But it just, I'm not seeing it with yours. I'm not.
All right, we got Jonathan Brooks to the Cowboys.
I kind of like these options too here, Hunter. We're limited to a degree here, but Bullard and Mason make sense. They do. As well as
Jonathan Brooks
moving into the slot. Yeah, I like Bland in the slot though, man. I really do. Jonathan Brooks.
Yep.
San Francisco. Okay, so I believe we went Graham Barton in the first round. So let's go corner. let's add Makai Wingo.
Corner.
Yep.
You say Makai Wingo at corner?
No, I'm just saying let's add Makai Wingo.
Okay. Makai Wingo.
And let's give them Bullard. Let's put Bullard up for them.
Javon Bullard. I like Bullard, man.
I think Hunter, the guy that I kind of like too. I mean, Kalen King certainly could play your slot. Another guy I would consider is your boy Mike Sanders still from Michigan.
Right
here? For Dallas. I think Hunter's referring to Dallas.
Okay. What about the third option 49ers? You got Wingo, Bullard. I got Wingo and Bullard. Who's the third guy?
Oh, damn, who was the third guy? Oh, one of the corners.
Okay. Throw Kalen King out there.
How you feel about DJ James?
I watched the tape. They had another corner over there, Pritchett.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see which one I like more. Check my notes back. Because one was wearing number 1, the other was number 4, I believe. 24 class. So yeah, they had a safety, Jalen Simpson, DJ James. He played a lot of off coverage. Click and close is pretty good. I thought he played really well against Alabama. He was aggressive and feisty. He came with the tackle. But he did get beat. That last play of the game was on DJ James when Alabama threw that. I don't know what that was, man. I think the safety kind of messed up on that, actually. But DJ James got beat. And then you got Naheem Pritchett, number 1. Naheem Pritchett, number 1 for Auburn. He comes up and press. I think he presses a little bit more than DJ James.
Mm-hmm.
He played a lot of off coverage. I think both guys played a lot of off coverage. He could turn and run. He has used his length. He can cover downfield. I think he had a really good rep against Malik Neighbors. I have in my notes. I think he looks more suited for man cover 1 or cover 3. He'll bring pads also. But I think James might be more of the twitchy guy, more of a fluid mover, and Pritchett might be one of those cover 3 kind of guys. So, yeah, I don't know, man. I think they're okay. I think they're okay at the end of the day. It's not. I like guys a lot more than those guys. I'll say that.
Sure. All right. Where do we land with San Fran?
Javon Bullard to the 49ers. Okay. But we'll see all 3 of those guys at the Senior Bowl, though. Pritchett, James, and Simpson. So we'll see. I think out of those 3, based on what the Senior Bowl is going to ask them, I think James might have the best. Either James and Pritchett.
The corners.
Those one-on-one drills?
Yeah.
I think he'll be able to cover better than Pritchett in those one-on-one drills.
Gotcha. All right, that takes us to B more. We went Brandon Dorless in the first round. And this is the last selection in our viewer control mock draft here. Receiver is part of the conversation. Let's go Jermaine Burton. Why not? Let's go Jermaine Burton. And then we've talked about cornerback. Let's get 2 corners in there.
All right.
You want to go James and Carson? Or Carson?
Yeah, let's go DJ James.
DJ
James.
Yeah.
Just spoke about DJ James.
I guess we could. What about running back? You think running back should be one of the options instead of 2 corners?
I like a running back.
All right.
See, now it's which running back, because so many guys. Travion Henderson went back to school. I think Marshawn Lloyd might be a riser because of his skill set in the passing game. Estime is the big bruising back. We love Bucky Urban. The change of direction skills and the vision that he has. Donovan Edwards, we saw what he did in the championship game. Trey Benson is it might just be a 2-down back. He doesn't have the pass catching prowess yet. And then Blake Kerm, he's a really good back. The vision, how he bounces from the hole, and yeah, I like Kerm a lot, man. He's done it, man. He had like 27 touchdowns this season.
Mm-hmm. It's a baller,
After
bro.
balling out last season,
Mm-hmm. It's a baller, bro.
that's crazy, man.
They knock him. They knock him because he's short, bro. That's
Yeah,
it. They knock him because he's
5'8".
short.
He's like
I think
215.
you want to think about who you're pairing with Keaton Mitchell. I think that's kind of what I think about. Like, I don't want to get too deep into that, but Gus Edwards clearly presents something different than Keaton Mitchell, and I think that downhill physicality is significant in this offense, right?
Well, that's estimate, right?
With Ricard, you know what I'm saying, or you know, a bit of a slasher. So yeah, I'm not. I think Trey Benson, Estime, Lloyd are probably the guys that I would
Who's under
consider.
Lloyd? Let me see the guys on the Lloyd. Henderson, Shipley. Oh, they
Oh,
go
Braylon
Braylon
Allen, bro.
Allen.
Braylon
Let's
Allen,
put
bro.
Braylon Allen on there.
Braylon
Yeah,
Allen,
man,
bro.
we like Braylon Allen.
Yeah, man. The disrespect has gone too far. I like Ray Davis too.
Oh yeah,
The
KJ and
disrespect
Ray.
on Braylon Allen has gone too far.
All right, this poll is up for the Ravens. Burton, James, and Allen.
That's gonna do it, man. This is the last pick, man. Headley, bro, you you worked hard in this one, man.
Yeah, man, my
You worked
fingers.
hard. You gotta ice up. You
Ice
gotta
up,
ice
son.
up, bro. Yeah.
DJ James, the early leader. Yeah, I think DJ James gonna be the pick. Corner.
I like my neck and my back, ain't it? Um, I like what the viewers did, man. I like. We might have to review this mock. We might have to review it in detail. You know what I
Like a
mean?
separate video, just to
Yeah,
review the mock.
separate
I like
and
that.
break it down, man. And break it down, man.
I like that.
Yeah,
You know, save this mock. You can
yeah.
save it, right? It's a save button.
We're gonna find out.
Oh, we can just watch the video. Hey,
Yeah,
look,
definitely.
we getting late right now, man. We getting shot out. My neck and my back, huh?
The neck and my back. Oh man. Yeah, man. We might have to do some eval on this one for sure. All right. Where do we land with the last pick here?
Oh, we got DJ James, a corner from Auburn.
All right, DJ James, to round out this 2-round viewer-controlled mock draft. I want to thank everybody who tuned in at some point, and for those of you who have stuck with us as long as you have, man, we really appreciate it. As you can see, we are partnered with Underdog Fantasy, promo code CPGM. Check out the link in the description. And I'm not going to belabor the point any further. It's late, so we had a great time, guys. Thank you. We'll see you next week.